special guests, professors, and students. On behalf of CISAN, the North American Research Center, Camelia and I warmly welcome each and every one of you. We are very proud to have such a highly recognized group of academics who will participate in the seminar, The Legacy of Trump and the Immigrant Agenda, Actions and Challenges for Biden. It has been a very pleasant experience to have established a large correspondence with each of the participants for almost 6 months, when Camelia and I started to organize this collective project. We're honored that academics from U.S. Harvard Immigration and Refugee Program, University of Chicago, Yale Law School, Rice University, MEXA Institute, and the universities from London as King's College, Universidad de Chile, and of course from UNAM are participating. The original idea to carry out this project was to put together a series of essays to form a collective book that precisely will reflect the substantive changes U.S. immigration policy, actions, initiatives, and policies that have been proposed and implemented during the first months of President Biden under different perspectives and disciplines. We would like to thank you again for accepting our invitation and express gratitude to the Doctora Graciela Martinez Salce, who is accompanying us today to inaugurate this seminar, as well as members of our centers of CISAN, for their always unconditional and generous support to carry out this seminar. Thank you all, and we hope we will have a very rich morning that will help to improve our perspectives and to deepen in our essays. The floor is yours, Doctora Graciela Martinez Salce.
Thank you so much, Monica. For 30 years, CISAN's objective has been to study the US and Canada's politics, economies, societies, and cultures, and the relationship with Mexico. And since the beginning, one of its most important research topics has been the one dealing with borders and migration. With different governments, it would be expected that migration policies would change, and this has happened in many cases from bad to worse. The same has occurred with ideologies and social and cultural attitudes that have brought to light anti-immigrant sentiments that are enacted in violent displays toward those who are othered. That is why a seminar like the one we will be having today is so important in a moment of radical transition due to COVID. I want to thank our academic coordinators, Mónica Berea and Camelia Tigao, also all the scholars who will examine migration policies through quite different lenses that range from the writing of laws to the creation of imaginaries. I also want to thank our academic technicians who have done this virtual meeting possible. May all of us have a very fruitful morning, and we will start with the first panel. The first panel is called General Implications of the Migration Policy Change and Ideological Perspectives in the US. Our participants are Mónica Berea, founding director and researcher at CISAN, UNAM, expert in migration policies in North America. Tony Payan, director of the Mexico Center, Baker Institute for Public Policy, Rice University, and professor at Social Sciences at the Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez. His work focuses primarily on border studies, particularly the US-Mexico border. Jorge Santibáñez Romellón, MEXA Institute, is former president of the Colegio de la Frontera Norte and former president of the Mexican Association for Population Studies, AMEP. He has published extensively on international migrations, specifically Mexico-US migration. He presents with Arcelia Serrano, researcher with the MEXA Institute. Jesse Crane Sieber, visiting research fellow in the Department of War Studies at King's College, London. His recent work has contributed to critical security studies, particularly in theorizing embodiment and desire in militarized cultures and institutions. Enrique Camacho Beltrán, professor at the Faculty of Philosophy and Literature, UNAM. His work explores the moral and philosophical arguments surrounding borders and immigration policies. You all will have 15 minutes, and afterwards we will open the floor to questions. I invite our public in YouTube to please send questions to our presenters. Monica, please.
Thank you, Graciela. Let me share my presentation. Well, I'm going to talk about the legacy of Trump's anti-immigrant agenda actions and challenges for Biden. During the 4 years as president, Donald Trump brought an unprecedented hard stance on immigration. His destructive anti-immigrant rhetoric was the common denominator to justify the imposition of his anti-immigrant and anti-Mexican policies. Trump enjoyed unlimited power to restrict immigration without Congress approval, implementing new policies, mostly through executive actions and new regulations, federal agencies very difficult to reverse, hoping that at least some of them survived judicial review. The pandemic COVID-19 gave Trump a perfect excuse to establish sweeping immigration policies such as increased apprehensions, continue separating families, abandon migrants and asylum seekers in Mexican border towns, ending the right of asylum in order to protect the border, encourage broad shutdowns of the legal immigration system for some applicants for permanent resident and temporary, block entry of range of temporary foreign workers, mainly highly skilled migrants. During his first 100 days as president, Joe Biden signed several executive orders in order to dismantle Trump's immigration policies, which assume that Trump's changes to the immigration system can be easily reversed by Biden, given that most of them were unilateral executive orders, but such setbacks could occur slowly and with many delays, especially since for the moment the Trump's bureaucracy constitutes an obstacle. The most important policies contained in the Biden promises taken until now. Biden is opposed to the wall building of Trump, supports a more hidden virtual wall and smart borders, deploying surveillance technologies. Trump mainly rebuilt and in some parts built an extension of 453 miles of the wall, one of the costliest mega projects with an estimated cost of approximately $50 billion. Now he has proposed that the 1,400 million not spent be invested to counter environmental damage. Biden established a 100-day moratorium on deportations with final orders except for criminals to those immigrants who have engaged in a suspected act of terrorism, people not in the US before November 2020, those who have voluntarily agreed to waive any right remaining in the country. President Biden revoked the ban of entry of multiple immigrants established in 2020 and lifted the ban on issuing immigrant and temporary worker visas, stated that it harms the interest of this country. In the case of temporary Mexican workers, the issues of visas decreased almost by 40% for non-agricultural workers, for the hiring of highly skilled workers, for intra-company employees, for trade NAFTA visas. The only increment was for agricultural workers with an H-2A visa from 188,000 to 197,000 in 2020. Just to compare, Central Americans from the Northern Triangle obtained a total of 5,000 temporary visas, while Mexicans received a total of 265,000 temporary visas in 2020. Biden promised to reinstate DACA and TPS, which affected approximately 700,000 Dreamers brought to the US as children, most of them Mexican. Biden administration reinstated the program of the Central American migrants, a program eliminated by Trump, which allows Central American children who have a father or mother living in the United States legally to be granted refugee status. He promised to stop returning unaccompanied minors, although adults and families continue to be apprehended and returned under the Title 42 of public health, who are the majority. Biden has formally quadrupled the limit on admissions of refugees for fiscal year 2021 from 50,000 shameful figure established by Trump to 62,500 refugee admissions after facing the bipartisan blowback in replacing the ceiling. Biden has promised to increase the refugee admission ceiling to 125,000 for fiscal year 2022. Among the promises not yet fully fulfilled are he has begun to phase out the migrant protections protocols or remain in Mexico, signing agreement signed in 2019 when López Obrador accepted that around 71,000 asylum seekers should wait in Mexico territory under their cases could be considered by judges in immigration courts, living in highly vulnerable, dangerous conditions in border towns without an access of an immigration attorney. Of those, 40,000 have already been denied asylum, 2,200 have been admitted so far, and the rest are waiting in Mexico with pending court cases. Another pending case is that he has initiated the family reunification process of approximately 1,000 of the 5,000 families separated by the cruel policy of Trump's zero tolerance policy. As of today, 445 children were taken from parents who have not been located yet. Which are the problems that Biden faces in the short term? We could argue that they are related to the US-Mexico border, since migratory flows have increased significantly, as I already mentioned. Until April 2021, apprehension totaled 870,000 arrests. In just 6 months, 60% were Mexican, which represents 25% more to those registered in 2020 of 646,000, a drastic decrease due to the pandemic. This figure constitutes 75% of the apprehensions in 2019 of 1,148,000. The pull for factors that have influenced the significant increase in flows and therefore apprehension since January can be adduced to seasonal migration, the feeling that there is a risk reduction of pandemic in the US, and intentionally or not, Biden promises and have fostered the incentives to migrate, raising expectations that his government would lift restrictions on irregular migration. The push factors that have influenced Central American migrants to plan their long and expensive trip at a time where coyotes profit more than ever through the infernal crossing of Mexican territory exposed to violence, robbery, rape, etc., for the sole purpose of surreptitiously cross the US-Mexico border request asylums are unstable and corrupt governments, fragile economies with zero growth, poverty, excessive violence from criminal gangs, and hurricanes, Eta and Iota, for example, that devastated their countries. On the other hand, Mexican flows have increased significantly in recent months. They have been affected by a very serious pandemic, badly managed by the López Obrador government. The 8.5% drop in the Mexican economy in 2020, coupled with a zero non-growth during 2019, due to the lack of confidence and fallen investments, which have caused loss of thousands of jobs, among other causes. Thanks to the growth in exports and the remittances accounting for 40.6 billion in 2020, a record high received by 1.8 million Mexican households, have helped to mitigate a little bit the blow of Mexican economy. Thus, faced with the challenges posed by the significant increase in migratory flows, Biden has committed to building more shelters, transferring children to new facilities quickly, reunite them with family members or American sponsors, slowing down the process of review of asylum claims, which currently takes years to reach a final decision, Biden's budget proposals calls for hiring 100 new immigration court judges, result to backlog of 1.3 million cases. This implies reversing qualitative and quantitative changes that were existing organization and personnel that Trump dismantled 4 years ago. The contrast is astonishing between the policies adopted by Trump and Biden after many years that shows a possibility of carrying out an immigration reform that Mexicans here and there have been dreaming of. Today, immigration is at the center of the debate on how to stop unauthorized flows, and the same on how to allow the entry of more permanent and temporary immigrants necessary for the economy. With the Democrats as majority in the House of Representatives supported by Biden, they have introduced the bill U.S. Citizenship Act by Senator Menendez and Representative Sanchez, and they propose a path to an eventual citizenship for undocumented migrants, 60% of them have been in the United States decade origin. The Farm Workforce Modernization Act will provide permanent residency to approximately 1.1 million undocumented agricultural workers, the majority of them Mexican origin, if they can demonstrate that they have worked 400 working days in agriculture during the last years. The American Dream and Promise Act bill would allow Dreamers and TPS holders and their families, about 1 million, to stay in the country legally and apply eventually to a citizenship. Both were approved by the House of Representatives with the bipartisan support, but have not yet been considered by the Senate. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus just proposed a bicameral bill, Citizenship for Essential Workers, introduced by Senator Padilla and Representative Castro, in order to create a pathway to citizenship for immigration workers that were essential during the pandemic. All of them are extraordinary news for Mexicans, although we know that without Republican support in Congress, it will be very difficult to achieve it. Some Democrats consider that the comprehensive immigration reform has a chance of being approved, while a piecemeal approach may be more feasible. It is difficult to find the perfect time to pass an immigration report. Biden's big challenges will be to generate a bipartisan consensus on his immigration reform as a whole or as in parts. What is true is that current immigration policies are mismatched with market forces and demographic realities. These mismatches have led serious dysfunction in the immigration system, as it demonstrates the 11 million undocumented migrants currently in the U.S., tremendous backlog in the immigrant court system, etc. Biden and Obrador reached an agreement in order to curb the flows of Central American migrants, which, although was not one of the quid pro quo character, it resulted in exchange of the supply of a loan of 2.7 million of AstraZeneca vaccines, the closure of southern border for non-essential travels, the dispatch of approximately 10,000 National Guards, additional to those already sent by Trump, pressed by Trump through our territory in 2019 at our economic security cost, highly needed in Mexico, serving as unexperienced border patrols. The remaining Mexico agreement signed by Lopez in 2019 stated that asylum seekers would be expecting in Mexican territory, forcing them to live in highly vulnerable and dangerous conditions with an access to an immigration attorney. Likewise, the Trumpist containment approach, Biden has already reached similar agreements with the Central American countries to establish greater surveillance on their respective borders. In an effort to deal with the situation, Biden appointed Vice President Kamala Harris in charge of border issues in order to reach a regional agreement, a vision that is in contrast to that of Trump, who drastically cut off the aid received by the Central American countries. With Mexico being its main commercial partner, it is the opportunity resulting from the commercial distancing from China to the United States to enhance cross-border production, trade, and innovation have been lost during the last 2 years. Until now, the measures established at bilateral level have been to contain the flow. In the short term, it is essential to create a shared plan in the region to devise how to handle outbound migration processes, discourage the large caravans, institutionalize the return and integration of thousands of rejected and expelled migrants to root them in their town cities of destination, attend the shelters that are in devastating conditions on Mexican borders, that if it were not for the help of international government and international NGOs and international organizations, there would there will be in an even more disastrous conditions. The changes established by President Biden have been truly transformative in the broad sense of the word. We hope that he can change the anti-immigrant rhetoric prevailing in the Trump era for a more humane, sensitive, and realistic one, emphasizing the economic benefits that immigrants bring to their economy and society and the prevailing need for its workforce. That is, of how to devise a change in the approach to the phenomenon from a negative reactive rhetoric to one that places benefits from immigration in a long-term perspectives. As a region, we would have to explore possibility of the role that Canada can play, increasing acceptance of more refugees and temporary workers. I believe that today we must think about the reasonable with post-COVID pandemic rules, jobs and education, distance education with digital mechanism in order to support Mexicans and Central Americans. The opening of legal channels in the U.S. market is essential for the entry of Mexicans and Central Americans. That is an extension of temporary agriculture and non-agricultural visas. Biden has proposed an additional of 22,000 non-agricultural H-2B visas available in 2021, in addition to the 66,000 yearly cap. 6,000 of them would go to Central America, which are good news. Finally, we hope that the $4 billion package proposed by Biden as aid to Central Americas will be approved and sent very soon, although it is a proposal that will pay off in the long term. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mónica. Sí, por favor, dejas de compartir tu pantalla.
Pero ya.
No. Todavía estamos viendo tu pantalla. Gracias, Mónica. Bueno, ahora le cedo la palabra a Tony Payán.
Muchísimas gracias, Graciela, por la invitación. Gracias, Camelia, por haberme contactado e invitarme a este evento. Saludos a Mónica y a todos los participantes. Preparé mi presentación en inglés, así que voy a cambiar a inglés. ¿Me permiten compartir la pantalla, por favor? I can do that? Yeah. Okay, here it is. Let's see. As luck would have it. There it is. Share. Okay, I hope you can see it now. Am I on the right track? Camelia, do I see it?
Yes, okay. We can see it. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. So I have 15 minutes. It's 9:25. Thank you very much for the invitation to share my thinking about what's going on. Let me, the initial proposal, I titled it As Luck Would Have It, because I think that it is very easy for many of us to focus on Donald Trump and the legacies of Donald Trump when it comes to immigration and the US-Mexico border. But to understand Trump, his emergence, his performance, and then his exit, I think we have to take a historical view of how the border has evolved. Because I think the agencies that participate on the border have developed their own views of what the border is like, and they take it quite successfully to Washington, D.C. and they interact quite a bit, quite well with the politicians in Washington, D.C., as well as the private sector. If we take a look at a little bit of the history of the border industrial complex, which I think is at work, and it's not something that Trump put in place, it's something that had been going on. I take 1994 as a very particular year because that is a year in which there are two major events that define the border today as we see it. And much of it, of course, immigration. It has directly to do with immigration. At that time, 1994, and I remind you, it was Bill Clinton, a Democratic president, implemented Operation Hold the Line, initially called Blockade, and then later, because it was an aggressive name, called Hold the Line, and then reproduced in California, in Arizona, in South Texas, under a different name. But it was a heavily militarized strategy to contain immigration. It is not a coincidence that it is the same year that NAFTA enters into effect. I think that many visionaries in the US government, intelligence officials and others, foresaw the displacement that NAFTA was going to create in the economic landscape in Mexico and the wave of immigration that in effect began in 1994, simultaneously with the implementation of the North American Free Trade Agreement. That apparatus grew through the 1990s, the rest of the 1990s, until the 2001 terrorist attacks. The terrorist attack of 2001, of course, constituted a pointed opportunity, of which there are many on the US-Mexico border, and I have written extensively on it, in which bureaucracies take advantage of those opportunities to assert themselves and assert their vision on the US-Mexico border. Many different issues, by the way. This is not new, but every once in a while there is a particular event and agencies take advantage of those events, and then they expand or advance their own agenda. What I'm trying to argue is that agencies are not necessarily instruments, pure instruments of political actors, but rather agents in their own right. And so focusing on Donald Trump without thinking about the history of the US-Mexico border over the last 26, 27 years, I think would be a mistake, because taking a historical look, I think, will help us understand where we will be under the Biden administration and further beyond. The terrorist attack, of course, brought about a reform, a bureaucratic reform in 2002 and implemented in 2003, and that is the creation of the Homeland Security Department, in which security was finally established as the foundational culture for managing the border. So elsewhere, I think I have traced the evolution of immigration in the United States and how immigration has been viewed. Initially, if we go back even a century, immigration used to be in the Commerce Department because it was seen as an economic matter. And then it moved into customs, and precisely because it was seen still as a labor, but also an economic issue. And then it moved to the Justice Department because it became a law enforcement issue. In 2003, it became, or in 2001, it became a matter of national security. So the culture of security, that paradigm shift is important to consider, because I think in 2016, when Trump comes into office, that culture of security was already fully established. In 2006, under a Republican president, George Bush, who claimed to know Mexico quite well, the Border Fence Act was passed and signed, and of course, the building of the wall began. In 2017, by 2016, when Trump was elected, the border had already 640 miles of fences, walls, and barriers under that particular act. So the wall itself is not new. It is, under the Trump administration, I think it was more of a symbolic element. The Trump administration added very little wall, additional barriers, It was mostly a replacement and reinforcement of the existing structures on the US-Mexico border. So I think we have to think about that as well. By 2007, however, the deterrence policies of the US-Mexico border began to pay off. Mexican immigration began to fall off. And of course, even 3, 4, 5 years ago, we were already talking about net zero migration or no migration from Mexico. And most people were focusing on Central American migration. That, by the way, has changed, as 45% or so of the new encounters at the US-Mexico borders are Mexican. And I'll say more about that in a minute, because I think the situation in Mexico is now beginning to push more Mexicans into the United States, and that's going to become a political diplomatic problem, and probably another opportunity for these agencies to assert the border industrial complex paradigm. Of course, they have enjoyed enormous discretion. We have to remember, among many events, the Sergio Hernandez Huereca shooting in 2010, and Agent Mesa was finally cleared, went up to the Supreme Court, and it was cleared in 2012. So the Border Patrol has operated with relative impunity, and I think they continue to do so. And I'll say more about that in a minute. I think between 2012 and 2014, we began to see a new pattern of immigration from individuals trying to breach the border between ports of entry. We began to see family units and children. I remember the surge of 2014. There was a lot of panic in the United States, and President Obama had to deal with that, and that was a Democratic president. And of course, in 2016, writing on all this history from 1994 and on, Donald Trump was elected. And by the way, Donald Trump was endorsed by the National Border Patrol Council, which is essentially the Border Patrol union, workers' union. The election of Joe Biden, I think, changes very little in this trajectory, and I don't think it's going to change very much. I'm considerably more pessimistic. I think he's going to try. I think he's going to try to make some substantive changes. But the momentum behind the border's evolution and the way the border is run, conceived, and dealt with is going to be very difficult for the Biden administration to overcome. Another instance, for example, of the immigration enforcement complex is obviously this one. And I expect these numbers to continue to go up. We're talking about $26 billion invested every year in border security, and I think that will continue to go up. Studying the Border Patrol, the issue of immigration and the border from the perspective of the bureaucracies that run the border is important, because if you zoom in to the conditions, the specific issues that the Border Patrol and the agencies face in dealing with the immigration flows, you find that they're a very troubled set of agencies, particularly the Border Patrol. Among them, we find high levels of family violence and divorce and alcoholism. Clearly, these individuals are dealing every single day with very, the increase of flows and very difficult conditions, but they're also recruited from the military. So they often bring with them that military mindset in which they, having been in Afghanistan and Iraq and other places, and having been practically paranoid all this time, they bring that mentality and those issues. They carry them over into guarding the US-Mexico border. And of course, there is an implicit racism in the ranks. When the mission of the Border Patrol, for example, is to exclude and to push people back, well, exclusion is by definition a term that is very closely related to racism. Exclusion and racism, I think, are in many, many ways synonyms. And when you give them the mission, they're obviously going to exercise it. But we have to be careful in distinguishing between what the mission of the agency is, technically speaking, and racism as a sociological practice. I think we are responsible for dealing with these nuances in academia. Of course, many of them are exposed to issues of violence, abuse of migrants, including sexual abuse, and they themselves participate in quite a bit of corruption. and abuse and prosecute activists. So they look at the whole chain, they look at the number of actors, they look at their mission, and they begin to push back. And so all these different issues, when you zoom into the agencies themselves, they create additional problems because they're dealing with a very complex problem. They're giving a very difficult mission, a mission that has no end, and it has been going on since at least the 1960s when circular migration under the Bracero program ended. And so I don't think that this is something that's going to end anytime soon. Four different theories, I think, can help us explain a little bit about why I'm pessimistic about immigration and the way we're going to deal with immigration on the US-Mexico border. Bureaucratic politics, of course, they're an agency. They are an actor unto themselves, and they have their own interests, and they have developed their own interests in this border industrial complex. They like the power, they like the prestige, the budgets, the technology, and of course, the discretionary power and authority that they exercise. And sometimes I think these agencies are not interested in resolving the problem, because if they were, they would probably lobby for immigration reform. Instead, they tend to lobby for more resources, more power, more discretion, more prestige, more technology, and of course, the border wall. Among Border Patrol agents, for example, the wall in the Trump administration enjoyed an 85% support. So clearly, they're not interested in resolving the problem. They're interested in ensuring that they are maintaining the problem, because that, if the immigration problem were resolved, they would have no mission. And I just mentioned a little bit ago about the fact that we have to look at the agencies themselves and look inside. When your mission is to exclude, there is an implication of racism, and often that is the case. That is often tempered by the fact that most of them are Hispanics, but at the end of the day, I think the citizenship issue does matter. Whether you belong or not does matter. The agencies themselves have had a lot of issues, such as growing pains. When you have an agency that grows very fast or very quickly, you begin to lower the standards of recruitment, and you begin to get individuals that are going to necessarily be involved in corrupt acts and, of course, in abuse of power. Also, they're working alone and remotely, and they often tend to take advantage of that and exercise that power very, very with a high degree of discretion. And then the training, if you look at their manuals, they're obviously trained to visualize that the Homeland Security is under threat. So they're trained in fear, and they're always on guard, and they see themselves as the guardians of the nation. So I think that looking at the agencies that are in charge of the border will help us also understand why they're not interested in solving the immigration problem and how they play. And I'll say more about what happened to them once Trump lost the election. For example, today under Biden, the Border Patrol is upset. Now that the MPP is over, and many of the individuals that were beneficiaries of the MPP program have been allowed in the United States, the Border Patrol is quite upset. And the Biden administration, of course, is no longer deporting minors, and the Border Patrol is upset. Many of them, in a recent note, are considering early retirement, which means that they themselves disagree with the policy that is coming out of the White House. So we should expect a fracture, some important political fracture between the policies of the White House and the behavior of the Border Patrol. And that is, I think, something that's going to influence the way migrants are treated and the rights, both due process and human rights on the border. And of course, Biden left Title 42 in place. What is interesting about Title 42 is that it is the authority to exclude and deport summarily a lot of these immigrants back into Mexico, except minors. But Title 42 is something that it will not be sustainable by this summer, because you cannot eat your cake and have it too. You cannot, on the one hand, say that the country is now reopened, that we're all vaccinated, that we're all safe, we don't have to wear masks, the crisis that healthcare crisis is over, and maintain Title 42, which is related to the healthcare crisis, in place. Eventually, Title 42 will become a very weak excuse, and I think the Biden administration will find itself unable to use it as an excuse. Also, I think one of the major issues is that they have to rebuild the Flores Agreement infrastructure that the Trump administration had completely undone. And I think a lot of agencies are now working on that, as well as NGOs. And I want to finish in the next couple of minutes telling you that there is a new problem on the horizon. Of course, there's a renewed wave of Mexican migration. The situation, public health, economic, and security in Mexico has deteriorated to the point that I think we will see an increasing number of Mexicans coming in, and that is going to create additional political and diplomatic problems between the Biden administration and the AMLO administration. And they're not friends. They're not very good friends. And there are some news out of Washington, D.C. that Biden fundamentally dislikes López Obrador. And I think it is mutual. It is reciprocated. So to start closing, look, Trump didn't create this. Trump simply took advantage of a historical trend already in place. To focus on Trump, I think, would lead us to commit kind of a moral hazard type of error. That is, not look in the right places and sort of think that the White House controls all of the immigration problem, when this is really a multivariate issue that we have to consider. And also, Democrats and Republicans have all done it. So I don't have any faith that Biden is going to be any different. Bill Clinton was a Democrat, Bush was a Republican, Obama was a Democrat, and Trump was a Republican, and now we have a Democrat. So, and the trend has always been the same. So we have to look at border agencies, we'll have to look at policy, we'll have to look at implementation, and what is it that we're doing wrong, because otherwise we'll miss an important part of the picture. What are the chances of immigration reform? I think comprehensive immigration reform is unlikely. The public policy window is now closing. I think if it is not done between now and December 2022, and we're already in May, mid-year practically, and Congress goes in recess in the summer, the opportunity, the window of opportunity will close, and 2022 is an election year. So I think Biden has opted for a piecemeal approach. And we already heard from Monica Verea, I think the two bills that were introduced in the House, I have some doubts about whether we have enough time to do it. I think it's very complicated. It is quite possible, but by now I give them a 50-50 chance. At the end of the day, I think we have to ask the question, what are the trade-offs between the political and the bureaucratic? And I think it will continue to be a boom for law enforcement, even if some of these partial bills are passed. Very complicated issue, I think, at the end of the day, and we'll have much more to talk in the future. So thank you very much. I'll stop right here.
Muchas gracias, Tony. Pues vamos cerrando, viendo cómo la relación entre las fronteras y la migración entre México y Estados Unidos nos dan un perfil. Y ahora le cedo la palabra al doctor Jorge Santibáñez. Jorge, por favor.
Sí, muchas gracias. Bueno, voy a también tratar de compartir la pantalla. Creo que no sé ni cómo hacer eso, pero bueno, si no...
Mira, hay tienes un botón verde abajo que dice compartir pantalla. Allí.
Ok. ¿Y se supone que ustedes ya están viendo la pantalla?
Ahorita tú la ves, nosotros no la vemos. Te va a aparecer lo que tienes en el escritorio. Cuando le picas compartir pantalla, te va a aparecer lo que...
Seguramente tengo configurado de alguna otra manera que no se puede. Pero, bueno, para no seguir teniendo la presentación, haré referencia a los datos y por ahí les pediré que distribuyan la presentación en PowerPoint. Bueno,
Si
primero
quieres,
quiero agradecer.
Jorge, la voy a proyectar. ahorita yo la voy a
Ah.
proyectar de mi computadora.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Gracias,
Muchas gracias,
Camelia.
Bueno, quiero entonces primero empezar agradeciendo la invitación a compartir algunas reflexiones sobre DACA, Dreamers, después, antes y después de Donald Trump, de Mónica y de Camelia. En segundo lugar, hacer la precisión que la presentación, el trabajo es de dos personas, Arcelia Serrano, que también está en el grupo, y un servidor, y que por cuestiones de agilidad de la presentación haré yo la presentación. Entonces, la presentación se divide en tres grandes partes. La primera parte que tiene que ver con digamos, el estatus en el que llega Trump. Yo coincido con lo que se mencionó en la presentación anterior y de alguna manera en la otra presentación, en el sentido de que el tema ahí estaba, es decir, Trump no lo inventó y lo retomó. Migración ha sido siempre un tema constante. Ahora, para cambiar de pantalla, Camelia, ¿qué podemos hacer? ¿Tú me vas ayudando?
Sí,
Bien,
tú
la
me
siguiente,
dices
por favor.
y voy
Ok,
cambiando. Sí.
bien, como les decía, la primera parte es cuál es la situación antes de la llegada de Trump. La segunda parte es un poco cómo surge el concepto de DACA y Dreamers y por qué en la tercera parte, desde mi punto de vista, desde nuestro punto de vista, los Dreamers representarían un espacio de oportunidad. Yo también, como ya se mencionó, no soy muy optimista de una reforma migratoria integral. Le veo algunas posibilidades, algún cambio del estatus migratorio en algunos grupos. Unos de ellos podrían ser los Dreamers. La siguiente, por favor. Bien, la migración es un tema constante y presente en la historia de Estados Unidos. Hoy, sin embargo, están en alrededor del 15% de su población, que es de inmigrantes. Para un país que no tiene una política abierta de atracción de inmigrantes, es un porcentaje muy alto. Ciertamente hay países, Qatar, Arabia Saudita, que tienen el 80% de su población como inmigrante. Sin embargo, esos son países que tienen una política que atrae inmigrantes. Para un país que no tiene esa política explícita, 15% de su población es mucho. Esto ha dividido a la sociedad estadounidense, y esto es histórico. Si pasamos a la siguiente, por favor. Esto es histórico de cómo ha evolucionado el número de inmigrantes. Y de una vez a la siguiente, por favor. En la siguiente aparece, si pasamos a la siguiente, por favor, exacto, esa, cómo ha evolucionado el porcentaje de inmigrantes, es la anterior, pero está bien, cómo ha evolucionado el porcentaje de inmigrantes. Digamos que ha tenido un mínimo del orden del 6% hasta llegar a un máximo histórico que se alcanza justamente en la etapa Trump, en alrededor del 15% de su población. Digamos que esto ha dividido, esta presencia del tema ha dividido a la sociedad estadounidense en tres grupos. Un primer grupo que está decididamente en contra de la inmigración, por cuestiones que podríamos analizar, que incorporan posiciones de racismo, de discriminación, etcétera. Un grupo que está decididamente a favor y un grupo que reconoce la necesidad de los inmigrantes y que no tiene una posición muy definida. Quizá uno de los impactos más negativos de Trump es que hizo visible al primer grupo, es decir, al grupo anti-inmigrante. Validó al grupo anti-inmigrante, como dice un colega, lo sacó del closet. De alguna manera los hizo legítimos en la sociedad estadounidense. No agrandó el grupo, pero sí lo fortaleció en términos de su presencia pública y en términos de sus opiniones y de sus expresiones. En esencia, los tres grupos siguen considerando que en el balance los inmigrantes cuestan al contribuyente estadounidense. Entonces, a partir de ahí, construir un discurso, digamos, antiinmigrante es relativamente sencillo. Solamente para que tengan alguna idea de cómo están en términos los inmigrantes en otros países, México apenas está rozando el 1% de su población. Y con ese 1%, bueno, deberían de escuchar algunas declaraciones de algunos presidentes municipales o actores relevantes, incluso en las ciudades fronterizas, que culpan a los inmigrantes de robos, de incremento en la delincuencia. Es decir, hay elementos con el 1%. En Estados Unidos se tiene el 15%. Y pasamos a la siguiente, por favor. Y a la siguiente, de una vez a la siguiente. Además, el tema es que es mexicano, es decir, la población inmigrante, el grupo más grande, sigue siendo el de México, con alrededor de la cuarta parte, y si pasamos a la siguiente también, y el grupo de indocumentados sigue siendo también el más grande. Es decir, somos la cuarta parte de los inmigrantes, pero somos el 40% de los inmigrantes indocumentados. Poco importa que la comunidad mexicana, o poco ha importado políticamente que la comunidad mexicana sea crecientemente americana. Es decir, en Estados Unidos lo que llaman la comunidad mexicana son alrededor de 37 millones de personas. De esos 37 millones de personas, el porcentaje de indocumentados es relativamente menor, es inferior al 20%. La mayoría son o ciudadanos estadounidenses porque nacieron en Estados Unidos o residentes permanentes perfectamente autorizados para estar en Estados Unidos. Sin embargo, la percepción de la comunidad mexicana y de la comunidad hispana en general como una comunidad inmigrante, a pesar de que estadísticamente no se refleja esa realidad, en la sociedad estadounidense la comunidad hispana sigue siendo percibida como una comunidad de inmigrantes y la comunidad mexicana sigue siendo percibida como una comunidad de indocumentados. Es decir, hay todavía esa carga y yo creo que en ese sentido la administración de Trump y Trump en particular desde su campaña recentró el debate hacia esa perspectiva. Es decir, no hacia el grupo que reconoce de alguna manera la necesidad de los inmigrantes, sino hacia el grupo que se opone a la presencia de inmigrantes porque los considera negativos para Estados Unidos. La siguiente, por favor. En las siguientes láminas hablo un poco de los números, de cómo se va comportando este fenómeno de una presencia constante de la inmigración, particularmente mexicana, que aunque ha disminuido, es cierto, por cuestiones que también abordaremos un poco más tarde, sigue siendo una presencia importante la de inmigrantes mexicanos. A partir de cierto momento, la migración era lo que algunos especialistas antes llamaban o llamábamos circular, es decir, la migración mexicana iba y venía, alternaba estancias y un porcentaje, algunas estimaciones hablan que de cada 100 migrantes mexicanos, digamos que en los 90s, alrededor, en los 80s, alrededor de 17 se quedaban en Estados Unidos y 83 iban y venían. Sin embargo, en los 90s, con los controles rígidos de la frontera que derivaron, que también ya se mencionaron, y que derivaron en un incremento de riesgos y costos y de dificultades para poder mantener esta circularidad, los inmigrantes empezaron a llevarse a sus familias. Y esto propicia que hoy, en la comunidad inmigrante mexicana, alrededor del 30% de los migrantes fueron llevados siendo niños, es decir, la tercera parte fueron llevados por sus padres, cruzando de manera subrepticia o lo que llaman overstayers, hacia los Estados Unidos. Entonces, si nos pasamos a la siguiente, digamos, la presentación, lo que hago es un poco dar números que sustentan todas estas afirmaciones. La siguiente, por favor. Y que hablan de de cómo se va haciendo no necesariamente más joven la migración en términos de la mano de obra que se está desplazando hacia Estados Unidos, sino empiezan a aparecer niños porque son llevados por sus familias. Y ese es un fenómeno particularmente mexicano. Por eso es que, como mencionaba Mónica al principio, el 80% de lo que llaman Dreamers son mexicanos por la vecindad y porque era mucho más fácil llevarse a la familia desde México que desde otro país, en donde es mucho más complicado, más costoso y con muchos más riesgos. Y esto sucede también en lo que llaman los migrantes no autorizados. Estamos hablando en números muy redondos de la tercera parte de los indocumentados fueron llevados a Estados Unidos cuando no tenían 18 años, es decir, como menores. La siguiente, por favor. Y de una vez nos vamos a la siguiente. Un poco para entrar al tema de cómo surge el DREAM Act y DACA, la siguiente y la siguiente. Bien, como ya mencionábamos, el control rígido de la anterior, perdón. Gracias. El control rígido de la frontera y la modificación del mercado laboral, es decir, se juntó todo. Las ocupaciones empezaron a ser más urbanas, los trabajos empezaron a ser menos temporales, la frontera se hizo más rígida, digamos que en los 90s se juntó todo, sobre todo en la segunda parte de los 90s, y entonces los inmigrantes empezaron a llevarse a su familia. Era relativamente sencillo, y es un factor que empieza a jugar. Los niños evidentemente no sabían que estaban cometiendo algo ilegal, es decir, no pueden ser culpados los Dreamers o los que fueron llevados en su infancia porque lo que estaban haciendo estaban llevando a estaban siendo llevados por sus padres. ¿Y por qué el comentario es importante? Porque hay esencialmente dos argumentos que usan siempre, sobre todo los representantes, los congresistas republicanos, para oponerse a un proceso de reforma migratoria. Por supuesto que hay una dimensión política, de voluntad política, sin embargo, los argumentos que se esgrimen, dos de ellos, de los más fuertes, uno de ellos es, se cometió un acto ilegal, es decir, y si se comete, si se violenta la ley, eso tiene que tener consecuencias y no se puede perdonar. No aplica para los Dreamers. No aplica porque es muy difícil decir que un niño de 2 años, de 3 años, cometió una ilegalidad al cruzar la frontera porque su papá lo llevaba. Y el segundo argumento tampoco aplica, aunque regresaremos, que tiene que ver con, se oponen a los procesos de regularización porque muchos congresistas piensan o dicen que solamente es una especie de modificación al proceso muy coyuntural y muy puntual. Es decir, 10 o 15 años después, la situación es la misma. Porque mientras no se cierre la llave de entrada y mientras la legislación migratoria siga permitiendo lo que ellos llaman el efecto llamada, es decir, que se atrae a los familiares, el problema no se va a resolver de fondo. Los Dreamers no tienen ese problema, porque sus familias ya están en Estados Unidos. Sus familias los llevaron a Estados Unidos. Entonces, en los Dreamers el efecto llamada sería relativamente menor. Hay otras características de los que fueron llevando siendo niños a Estados Unidos. No conocen otro país. La mayoría de ellos, incluso muchos de ellos, ni siquiera hablan español o no lo hablan, se sienten más fluidos hablando en inglés que en español. Crecieron y socializaron en Estados Unidos y muchos de ellos se enteran de su estatus una vez que son adolescentes o jóvenes, cuando tienen que hacer algún trámite, cuando algún viaje de la escuela y les piden su número de seguridad social. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Que sus historias, que por cierto no está muy bien transmitida en la presentación porque hicimos énfasis en los aspectos cuantitativos y que es muy importante retomar la parte cualitativa de las historias de los Dreamers, sus historias son desgarradoras, es decir, las historias individuales de los Dreamers generan un apoyo social importante. porque hay intentos de suicidio, hay niños que se amarran para no salir, hay niños que no salen de su cuarto cuando se enteran que son indocumentados. Es decir, hay todo un escenario que les genera un apoyo social y además tienen amigos con los que conviven cotidianamente. Entonces, el rechazo social que pudieran tener otras categorías de migrantes, los Dreamers no lo tienen. No lo tienen por cuestiones conceptuales vinculadas a su estatus y no lo tienen porque se crecieron en Estados Unidos. El día que lanzó el programa, Obama lo dijo con todas sus letras. Dijo, a ver, son tan estadounidenses como todos los demás, salvo un tema de documentos. Entonces hay un reconocimiento, no tienen un problema de integración, que es otro de los argumentos, es que los mexicanos no se integran, los inmigrantes no se integran. El caso de los Dreamers están perfectamente integrados. Se educaron en Estados Unidos. La siguiente, por favor. Si pasamos a la siguiente, por favor. Bien. ¿Cómo surge entonces el concepto? Ya también algo se mencionó. Luis Gutiérrez, pensando sobre todo en términos educativos, hay que decirlo, más que había una deserción importante en las escuelas de Chicago de los jóvenes de inmigrantes, porque claro, al no tener documentos no le veían mucho sentido a seguir estudiando. Hay incluso historias muy, muy tristes de niños que son muy buenos estudiantes, que los papás les pidieron, tú tienes que ser el mejor de la clase porque eres inmigrante, etcétera, etcétera. Y hay incluso tensiones familiares porque de repente el niño le dice al papá, ¿para qué me obligaste a ser el mejor si yo no voy a poder trabajar en Estados Unidos? Entonces, abandonan la escuela. Y entonces Luis Gutiérrez, que creo que es uno de los liderazgos del tema importante, en el 2001, un congresista de origen, representante de origen puertorriqueño, propone lo que se llama el DREAM Act, por sus siglas en inglés. Después ha habido varias propuestas, hoy hay alrededor de 11 propuestas concretas. Todas tratan de reflejar que fueron llevados a Estados Unidos siendo niños, que estudiaron o están estudiando o tienen high school, que son jóvenes, que tienen menos de cierta edad, y eso va estableciendo los cortes numéricos que, según las diferentes estimaciones, arrojan hoy cerca de 700,000 DACAs, que es una vertiente que introdujo el presidente Obama. Pero bueno, todas las propuestas de Dreamers contemplaban estos conceptos, es decir, los que fueron traídos como niños. La segunda característica es que todas las propuestas, incluso las más recientes, que son todavía de este año, les dan una especie de regularización en 3 etapas. La primera es, les permiten estar en Estados Unidos de manera condicionada. La segunda es, les dan la residencia permanente de manera plena. Y la tercera, los ponen en el camino de la ciudadanía. Entonces, digamos que son las 3 características de todas las propuestas. Algunos establecen que hayan sido traídos menores de 16 años, otros menores de 18. Son las variaciones que hay en las propuestas, pero todos tienen la lógica de regularizar a los Dreamers. Todas tienen un apoyo social. Hay por ahí encuestas que demuestran que el 70% de los americanos estaría a favor de la regularización de los Dreamers. Como las propuestas no avanzaban, entonces, si pasamos a la siguiente, por favor. Entonces, el presidente Obama emite una orden ejecutiva que difiere la deportación de los que cumplían con las características de los Dreamers. Esto lo hace en 2012 y que es una orden ejecutiva, es un memo. Hubo mucha oposición de parte de los republicanos porque el argumento era que el presidente Obama estaba modificando la política migratoria, que es atribución exclusiva del Congreso estadounidense. Sin embargo, el memo, digamos, está bien redactado en términos de que solamente difiere la deportación, modifica las prioridades de deportación, no dice nunca que establece una nueva política migratoria. Uno se convirtió en uno de los temas digamos, álgidos de Donald Trump, enfrentarse a DACA, no el más álgido, pero sí uno de los más intensos. ¿Qué sigue? Un poco para ir cerrando. A mí me parece que el tema de los Dreamers es uno de los temas que tiene la mejor plataforma para regularizarse. Tampoco soy muy optimista. Creo que las propuestas adolecen de una característica que puede acabar haciendo que el programa fracase. Mientras sea una orden ejecutiva, muchos migrantes, muchos que fueron llevados como niños, no van a aplicar al programa. No van a aplicar al programa. Salía a la superficie. Dos, el tema de denunciar a mis papás, ¿no? Es decir, yo voy a hacer evidente a mis papás que son indocumentados y no los voy a arriesgar. Y el tema de que en muchas regiones una orden ejecutiva que difiere la deportación no hace el gran cambio. En Nueva York, de todas maneras no hay redadas, de todas maneras no los deportan, y entonces ellos dicen, ¿yo qué gano? Solamente me expongo a mi familia, y de todas maneras en Nueva York no me deportan. Entonces yo no gano con DACA. Tendría que ser algo mucho más atractivo y ahí concluyo, tendría que incorporar a las familias. Si solamente se hace para los migrantes tienen un compromiso con su familia, los Dreamers tienen un compromiso con su familia muy fuerte. Entonces, si no se incorpora algún mecanismo, Obama lo intentó, de regularización del Dreamer y su entorno, difícilmente va a tener éxito. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Jorge, por habernos ya presentado un caso específico. Ahora le cedo la palabra a Jessie Crane-Siever. Jessie, por favor.
Sí, y gracias a todos por la invitación. Y lo siento para mi español, no es bueno. And so I will be speaking in English today, but I'm delighted to join you. And luckily, my passive Spanish has been, I hope, good enough to have absorbed some of what my colleagues have been talking about. I'm just going to share. Okay. Okay, are we all set?
Yes.
Wonderful. So my talk today is about the fetishization of militarized security personnel. And so I'm going to be picking up on a theme that Tony spoke about a good bit. And this emerges from my much wider project. And in some ways, I'm the intruder here among you in that I'm not particularly specialist on the US-Mexico border. I've been focused on a genealogy of what I call the fetishization of commandos or of tactical supremacy in US culture. So the work I've been doing ties together militarization, military reform, and the transformation of policing and border control. So I'll be talking to you out of that work and giving you, I think, a sense of some of the limitations that the Biden administration is going to be facing, in line very much with what Tony was talking about. So briefly, I'll go over the context of what I call the problem of permanent war and how the US solved it over the past few generations. And then broadly speaking, a discussion of the fetishization of commandos and special forces. And then some of the implications for Biden's agenda for racial justice, particularly in reference to border reform, demilitarization, and hopefully the regularization of migration and migrants. So my work emerges from the interesting problem that we have a democracy, self-professed democracy anyway, that's been engaged in virtually constant warfare for basically my whole life. And I take as a point of reference Dr. King's 1967 Beyond Vietnam speech, in which he referred to the United States as the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. while the terms of that statement can be argued, the central claim maybe has some empirical validity, right? The United States is the largest exporter of weapons, the largest purchaser of weapons, and we have troops deployed in more countries than any other, right? 20 alone just in Africa. So given all of that, I have to say, I have to give President Trump credit. He is the only president in my entire lifetime who drew down forces and did not begin a new foreign war. Right, President Obama radically expanded the presence in Afghanistan even as he drew down from Iraq. He also was the first US president since the Civil War to assassinate a US citizen, and in Yemen. So there's an interesting ideological thing about Trumpism in that there was a radical militarization here at home, even as he sought to bring more troops home from wars he saw as unwinnable. But it's precisely that question, how have we as a people here in North America, in the United States in particular, come to be so used to this? How did we come to accept it? And my argument is, of course, that the place to start to answer that is that we need to think about the context of US militarization and what it has done to our culture. So my dissertation began, I interviewed US troops coming home from Iraq. And I've been trying ever since then to understand exactly how it is possible to sustain a system in which young, mostly working class men are sent abroad to fight in wars and ruin countries with no apparent policy win or victory to show for it. So in order to understand all of this, I've been trying to tell the story of how, not how we came to be violent. Other countries have been violent, other countries are violent. But in particular, how is it that United States culture has come to venerate and glorify that violence? And in particular, I focus on the role of the commando and special forces in that imaginary. So as we tell the story of how is it that Americans came to accept all of this, I would say it really starts with our veneration of this image of our operators as men who can go anywhere at any time and dominate any situation. And that image, I argue, is not confined to our military. It's not confined to our police. It's very much present in border forces, but it has also escaped these security institutions, as I'll discuss a little bit later. Just to get a sense of when I'm talking about special forces, in 2017, the last time we had a declassified view of this, there were about 8,000 US special forces in 80 different countries. So we get a sense of the scale of these operations. And the reason I think they're so important is that most of these missions are not actually combat. They're training, advise, and assist missions, which means these commandos from the United States are present in 80 different countries, training local security forces, police forces, border forces, coast guards, et cetera, with doctrines developed for counterinsurgency and US occupation. And I think this is really important to highlight, and it has consequences around the world that we will need to continue to reckon with for a long time. So where does this all come from? I would argue it begins really with Vietnam. After we acknowledged the impossibility of military victory, the entire military system was redesigned in our country. We discarded conscription, increased recruitment efforts, and that meant we started advertising. The United States military became a product to be sold in order to recruit young people. And this involved new cooperation with Hollywood. But most importantly, for the story I want to tell, it really is about the Reagan 80s, when the war on drugs gave the security institutions of the United States several things that they really needed in the wake of the delegitimization of our military and of our policing during the tumult of the late 60s and early 70s. So it, for one, gave a justification for swelling the budgets of the DoD well beyond, Department of Defense, our military, well beyond what we needed for confronting the Soviets or invading Panama or whatever other adventures we might have wanted to have, because the war on drugs created these linkages between the military and our police departments at every level. And it created a what I call a legitimating cover for militarization. So it gave our country a story about itself that would justify the remilitarization and reglorification of security forces. But this came hand in hand, interestingly, with a new subgenre of films that were really impactful, which glorified vigilantes. So whether it's Dirty Harry, the crooked cop who kills people who have to be killed, or it's the Rambo sort of narrative, not the first Rambo, because that's actually very sophisticated, but the second and third, which are Hollywood propaganda for the Cold War. There's this sort of glorification of someone who is willing to exceed the law in order to protect the law, or is willing to do whatever is necessary, including extrajudicial killings, right? And what we see in the Reagan 80s with the remilitarization of policing, the massive budgets, and these new ties, is that you also have a real swing among white suburban voters to embrace policies that lead to severe human rights abuses. So we have the mass incarceration, the increased level of police violence, et cetera, et cetera. That's all been well documented. And in particular, particularly important for understanding how all of this unfolds is that the Los Angeles Police Department created America's first SWAT team in the late 70s, which then became a blueprint for both law enforcement and military training, which then has spiraled across the world in ways that the book I'm writing is all about tracing. The reason that matters is that the Los Angeles Police Department has been front and center of so many major policy innovations, both intentional and unintentional. Los Angeles is the place where, for example, we have the most credible evidence of direct participation of the Contras and the CIA with cocaine trafficking. LA is also where the prisons became bases of organizing for organized crime throughout Central America. So Los Angeles has been ground zero for a lot of really important policy innovations. And the SWAT team, I think, is particularly important because what it allowed is it allowed local police departments to hail themselves into this fetishized commando role as this operator who can go anywhere, do anything, command violence. And I think that this fetishization of commandos has come in many waves, but they've really become central to the political economy of violence, to the point where ex-Navy SEALs are now extremely highly paid experts who travel around the world training police departments, private security guards, and other security institutions. Just to get a sense of what this looks like in everyday life, this was just a routine Black Lives Matter protest in Washington, D.C. last summer, and this is who shows up and how they dress. So ultimately, I think that if we want to answer the question of how did the United States come to accept permanent unwinnable war, I think the war on drugs is the blueprint. It is a permanent war that authorized violence throughout Central America and the Andes. It's a permanent war that allowed us to remilitarize our police and incarcerate massive numbers of our people. And it did all of this while sideswiping the question of which governments are we cooperating with? What is the security aid doing? What are our commandos training these people to do? So I think the war on drugs is really important for diffusing the human rights critique of the late 70s that led to, for example, the congressional restrictions on the Reagan administration's support for the Contras. The war on drugs created a blueprint for stepping aside from all of that politics and just saying, well, we have to give our guys the best training and the best equipment. It's about professionalization. I'm not going to go through this in depth, but there's a clear correlation between the receipt of these kinds of training programs and the level of violence of security forces. So the study I'm quoting here that I've highlighted here, done by others, does a wonderful statistical study showing that very clearly that these DoD programs have increased the risk of killing. And we know these same exact programs are operating all day, every day in cooperation between the Defense Department, Homeland Security, and Customs and Border Patrol. So unless someone might say, well, you know, they only give aid to the police departments or border units where there's the most violence. Well, a very careful study of the rate of, by the PuppySide database, most people have never heard of it. It tracks the rate at which US police kill dogs as part of their searches of homes or raids on homes or arrests of suspects. And it found very clearly that wherever more equipment is provided, they also kill more animals, which can't really be explained by gang violence or any of those other arguments people like to make. And as we know, the fetishization of the commando raid has led to what we call no-knock raids. And no-knock raids are where they literally break down the door in the middle of the night. They never say, police, open up. And this has led to so many deaths and beatings, and most notoriously, most recently, we've been talking about the case of Breonna Taylor, they broke into her house in the middle of the night. It was the wrong house. Her boyfriend shot at the cops. She was killed. But these same tactics are used by Customs and Border Patrol when they're arresting people who they suspect of being dangerous. So when they're looking to deport, they're using the same tactics, the same equipment, following the same model. I think this is a dangerous model because what has evolved over time is that US cities have been constructed by police and conservative politicians as places where there's just sort of constant violence. The border, it's violent. Dallas, it's violent. Baltimore, it's violent. So when the police are sent in heavily armed, dressed like commandos, ready for war, they are not bringing the violence. They're merely responding to the violence around them. The reason I think that's important is this is what I heard from US troops about Iraq. They described it as a war zone. The zone itself had the war. They didn't see that the very fact that they went there created the war. I mean, the men I was interviewing were the very first into Iraq. They invaded that country, but they didn't see themselves as a source of violence. They saw themselves as responding to pre-given violence. And I think that's a really important construction that operates throughout security forces in the United States. Because in this framing, police are sent into places where violence is already there, and they're just supposed to reestablish order. So we have talk about urban war zones, we have talk about the border war zone, we have discussions of northern Mexico as a hive of terrorism and weapon smuggling. These areas are constructed as so dangerous that only the most well-armed commando could possibly survive there. And this is part of the legitimating narratives. As you see, though, it spills out. It spills out to how we fetishize weapons. So that on the left, you'll see a magazine called Ballistic. On the right, you'll see some examples of toys marketed at children. This fetishization of commandos and their violence is pervasive. You can see it in policing of peaceful demonstrations. You can see it in policing of an indigenous blockade. Totally nonviolent at Standing Rock. You can see it with Customs and Border Patrol, where DHS and the Border Patrol have been given, again, it's the same equipment, it's the same training, all led by US Special Forces or former Special Forces and the various contractors that surround them. And of course, this has been accompanied by the militarization of the border itself, right? So the use of Pentagon resources to build the border in a way that clearly has nothing to do with the Pentagon's core mission has continued to blur the distinctions between these various agencies and their missions. The combined militarization of policing and border forces has been accompanied by a radicalization of the politics of race in the last few years, which has been accelerated by Trumpist ideology. This means that the mostly white, extremely male security forces often describe themselves as a thin blue line between chaotic violence and the nice white consumerist society that they're protecting. They expect unquestioning support, see resistance as treason, and advocate for minimal oversight. But many of the members of these various forces were themselves recruited from the US military veterans through a program actually sponsored by the Obama-Biden administration, which sought to bring as many recent veterans, as the Army was downsizing in his first term, bring them into first responders, many of whom ended up working for Customs and Border Patrol, for DHS, for Homeland Security, and for police agencies throughout the country. But this fetishization of commando tactics has not been contained by formal institutions. We can see this in the storming of the Capitol in January, when a not insignificant number of police officers, recent veterans and other members of security institutions, including Homeland Security and Border Patrol, participated in illegal acts. And I think it's really important to think through what all of this fetishization of these men and their violence means for the Biden administration. I would draw attention for those, especially who aren't familiar, to the standoff in Oregon. This was a few years back. This was just before in 2016. Essentially a group of armed white men took over a natural area, a conservation station, declared it liberated. And this is how they were dressed, and this is how they were armed. And when they were prosecuted, their lawyer argued, in quote, and this is the quote, "For these defendants and these people, having a firearm has nothing to do with a threat or anything else," he said. "It's just as much a statement of their rural culture as a cowboy hat or a pair of jeans." I think the jury believed at the end of the day that that's why the guns were there. The men who were prosecuted were found innocent, despite having taken over harassed federal agents and carried these weapons. What does this all mean then? I think we need to realize that there is a threat to the Biden administration's policies and perhaps at a broader level to civic peace. And I will wrap up very quickly here. The threat comes from two different directions. On one hand, because so many federal agencies are currently investigating participation in the January takeover of the Capitol building, there is on one hand an interesting and first time in a generation look at the presence of far-right membership in these institutions, despite numerous warning signs that, for example, the Ku Klux Klan and Aryan Nation have been actively recruiting within police departments and militaries. However, we know that the politics of security has made discussing these issues really treacherous. When the Obama administration warned about recent veterans as a threat, as a right-wing threat, there was such a furor that they dropped the matter, and we lost essentially 10 years of investigation into the far-right threat in the United States, which is linked to the security institutions. And it's linked to those institutions because vigilantism has been celebrated so widely, both in popular culture and within these institutions. And essentially, if we boil it all down, commandos operate outside the law. When you want to act like a commando, you want to be without limit. You want to be free to engage in whatever activities you think are necessary for security, for yourself and for the nation. So final slide. What does all this mean for Biden's agenda for racial justice? I think fundamentally we have to acknowledge that previous waves of reform that have tried to correct some of these problems have proceeded under professionalization, which has itself just led to more militarization and a hardening of identification between security forces, police, Border Patrol, the military, and the Republican Party. I think that identification, along with former links between the police unions, the DHS unions, the Border Patrol unions, and the Trump campaign, will form a significant threat for institutional change. But I think what we have to also acknowledge is that there is an ongoing threat of political violence that is linked to these institutions and these identities and the men who inhabit them. And I will stop my talk there. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Jesse, por la revisión de este caso que sí está relacionado de manera interesante con lo que Tony leyó en su ponencia. Y ahora, por último, le cedo la palabra a Enrique Camacho Beltrán. Enrique, por favor. No te escuchamos, Enrique.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you to Monica, to Camelia for having me. Thank you very much for everyone watching us on YouTube. Hello, Mom, Dad, everyone. I'm a little bit feverish because I got vaccinated yesterday, so I don't see my talk being particularly ordered today. So I'm going to move quickly. What I'm going to do is to present to you, to show to you the structure of the paper that I'm writing for Monica and Camelia. And hopefully, if I move quickly enough, I could pitch an idea grabbing the paper up, because I'm writing currently the final chapter of the paper, and I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna finish that. So what I do, I'm a philosopher. It's not the best time with this heat, and after a long time we talks speaking about philosophy. But what we do is to assess public policy. We offer criteria to assess how public policy fares in accordance to principles of justice or principles of morality, social morality, and we sometimes provide criteria to choose between different public policies. And I want to submit, what I try to do is to submit the public charge rule to such an assessment. So first, most of you know that the public charge rule has been with us a long time now, since the 80s, I think. President Trump modified the public charge rule in order to expand the meaning of public charge, expand also what it means to be to have benefit from public expenditure. He introduced a forward-looking test in order to assess the likelihood of someone to rely on public programs. And that assessment has an effect in green card applications, in the chances of deportability of people. So what I'm going to do is to ask under what grounds a state may deny admittance to would-be immigrants that potentially may represent a burden during some period of time, the kind of period of time that the Trump's public charge rule assess, and how can we measure public burden in any meaningful normative way if the people who may represent a burden at admission later may become active cooperating members of society. So there are two different challenges. I'm not sure that the talk or the paper can cover both of them. But ultimately what I'm interested is to think about different possibilities to reformulate public charge rule, because President Biden showed some intention to reverse the public charge rule to previous states, getting rid of the Trump administration interpretation of the public charge rule, but I don't see that the public charge rule as a whole is going to be eliminated anytime soon. So normally, this kind of policy is defended in consequentialist terms. So from the moral point of view, a public policy is good when it has good consequences. So we don't need to invoke any metaphysical ideas of the good or of justice. We just need to check out the consequences, and if the policy benefit people, then it's morally justified. And it has been said that the public charge rule may be defended in the same terms as the Canadian system, and the Canadian system normally is defended in terms of the good consequences that it has regarding equality. So sometimes it's said that the Canadian system avoids detrimental effects in wages of low-skilled immigrants, low-skilled citizens, or residents, and even has a leveling down effect in the wages of the better off. So that those effects are taken as very promising, because the Canadian system welcomes skilled people, leveling down the wages of the better off and protecting the wages of the less well off. And they say, the defenders of the public charge rule say that this policy does that by reducing the discretion of interpretation, giving more specific content to these terms like public charge, or the kind of tests that are performed for people applying to different statuses. It does that making sure that people seek inclusion to the US for the right reasons, not seeking for obtaining benefit from the American taxpayer, but for contributing with their talents and their efforts in the well-being of Americans. And the emphasis that the policy has always had in self-sufficiency may protect the interest of workers, especially less well-off workers. But obviously, the interest of citizens and residents are not all that matter. The requirements of justice also compel us to protect the interests of the people abroad, of non-nationals. So Donald Trump's interpretation of the public charge rule has very detrimental effects over the most of vulnerable people, particularly people holding temporary humanitarian statuses, different from asylums or refugees. It has also known to have chilling effects of people effectively disenrolling from social programs, which also has a detrimental effect in integration and in the capacity of these people to actually become or increase their involvement in the society of the US. And the thing that matters the most, I think, is that it increases what they call deportability, like the chances of deportation as a punishment for what is actually an administrative violation. As someone mentioned before, people who may be in the US irregularly may be committed a fault, but it is an administrative fault. It is not a crime that is persecuted as killing someone or something of the sort. So from these points, I think that the TCP, the Trump's interpretation of the public charge rule, shows a very differential consideration between how the US intends to treat or says that it's going to treat asylees or refugees, and how it treats people from people applying or being in humanitarian statuses. And this is important because the rationale, the ground of humanitarian statuses is not different from the justification, the moral justification that aid has in the case of asylees and refugees. So I think the Trump's interpretation of the public charge rule doesn't fare very well from the normative, the philosophical, moral point of view. So I won't say much more about that. Maybe I can expand a little bit later in the questions. What I want to do now is to think more generally about the public charge rule. So as I said before, the public charge rule has been in USA legislations in the 80s, I think 82. And I think it's important to identify the normative core, the source of moral justification in order to assess or evaluate different chances to restate this kind of policy. Because nothing that I said until now amounts to a categorical rejection, moral rejection of this kind of policies. So after reviewing the texts, I found that the normative core of this kind of policy is the criteria of self-sufficiency. It means that would-be immigrants are expected to impersonate an ideal of being able to support, to support themselves or by their own families in order to be included into the US. So it is not well regarded that you are not able to share your talents, your projects, your assets to the American people. That's what is expected from you. It is bad regarded that you expect help from the US government. So self-sufficiency seems to be the normative core of public charter rule. But that means, and this is a bit of conceptual analysis, what is embedded in an ideal like self-sufficiency is the idea that among citizens and residents should exist a kind of a pact of mutual concern. So people, members of a political community, should establish and maintain domains of freedoms or forms of mutual concerns to one another because they are creating together something of value. So the opposite applies, the opposite from self-sufficiency applies among citizens and residents. Residents and citizens are expected to take an interest and support each other, whereas outsiders are expected to cooperate in the effort. And this also has another embedded idea, which I call membership, because it includes the idea that the right of political self-determination of a political community of mutual concerns consists in the exercise by its members of a rightful control over the society composition. So the idea of self-sufficiency, the idea of mutual concern, it also implies that citizens and residents are related to one another in such a way that they have a right to decide about their mutual affairs, their destiny, the common destiny that they have, in accordance to the interest to preserve the relationships of justice and mutual concerns that they have created. So I think these three different ideas are somehow in the normative core of several formulations that we could find of the public charter rule. Of course, I forgot to count my time, sorry. And this kind of normative core could be related to other arguments that we find in the literature that justify or say to be justifying exclusion of would-be immigrants. But the important thing to note here is that the moral justification of self-sufficiency relies on or is parasitic to the plausibility of mutual concern and membership. What I mean with this is that political theory, political philosophy, IER theory always assumed that partiality among the interest, about the interests of members and residents is somehow justified, but the justification is never provided in contrast with the interest of people outside. So it is believed that we should care more about the interest of insiders, our fellow citizens, than we should care about the interest of people abroad, of non-members. So this kind of argument has at least two different kinds of defenses in the normative literature. There are arguments from rights. It is said that groups have rights of association and self-determination in the same way that we have a right to marry whoever we wish. So if someone professes undying love for us, and our rejection will affect her or him immensely, still we have the right to inflict that kind of harm because we have a freedom, an unqualified freedom of association. So if groups like states wishes not to associate with this or that immigrant, then it allegedly is under their rights. And other arguments comes from obligations. So some of our obligations come from consent, like contracts, but not all of our obligations come from consent. Some of our obligations are formed rather by the roles we get engaged in. And this, like being a son or being a father, what it means to be a son is practically to fulfill some certain kind of obligations towards our parents. So some people think that citizens and residents have certain kind of obligation to one another that they don't have with people outside, with foreigners. So kind of the rights and the obligations that we have with certain people, they expect to draw the border. We could find these people that defend these kind of arguments, they hope to find a border where these rights and obligations finish, and allegedly we could actually draw the border where our obligations and rights toward one another between citizens and residents end. There are various very different rejections to these kind of arguments. I don't have time now to go through them. What matters to me here is that these kind of arguments sometimes are oversimplifications of the kind of rights that we will have or that we would seek to exercise, and the kind of obligations we may establish because of the things we do to people here and there. So there are different ways to see this. The most clear way to see this kind of oversimplification, I think, is to realize that the rights of groups are not by themselves territorial rights. So if we have a tasting wine group and we don't want people to intrude to our group, we want to reject people who want to taste mezcal instead of wine. What matters is that we rent the place or we own the place. We have rights over the place where we conduct our meetings. But if we don't have this kind of right over the place, then it is difficult that we could reject people from where we are. So and most of these arguments that I just review or briefly mention rather, are arguments about the normative conditions of groups like states, like nations, but they don't show how difficult it is to explain the moral claims that we could have over a piece of earth, a piece of land. There are other reasons to see this oversimplification. I think crucially that there are certain extraterritorial side of rights and obligations. I don't see it's plausible this expectation that we find a border where obligations fine. If we go to a borderland, to a border area, we could see how obligations could transcend very easily the border because of the relationships we form across it, but crucially also because the harms that we inflict in other people. So particularly for many reasons that the last presentation shown, all the effects that public policy, particularly American, US public policy has abroad, could give rise to of reparation. So all these things kind of require much more complicated view about the normative arena, the normative panorama or structure that we could imagine here. So and this is I'm going to wrap it up now. This is the idea that I want to pitch with you. Normally, what I do in other works is that I use a kind of a heuristic device. I say, well, suppose that borders are not jurisdictional devices or lines in the ground. They are rather intergovernmental organizations. So if you think that borders are a kind of a specific intergovernmental organization, and very specific because you have a different border with each state with whom you establish relationships of commerce or cultural relationships or whatever relationships you establish. And as much as the relationship grows or gets more complicated, the specific organization gets a little bit more complicated. And this kind of organization is somehow connected with mirror of organization inside and outside, establishing kind of a system of border organization between countries that could establish certain ways of governance of borders. So normally I use this idea in some other works to show how we can find a much more complicated structure of our rights and our obligations with people abroad. And as I use it in different papers, the idea grew, and now it's becoming an independent idea that I defend by itself. So I don't want to use it here. What I want to do is to tie up a little bit the normative panorama and defend the public charge rule in the best way possible, using the public morality that we could find in normative ethics, and use a different argument for each piece. You know, like we could defend the self-sufficiency in consequentialist terms. We could defend the mutual concern using the arguments from obligations, and we could defend membership using the argument from rights. But we could expand the scope in order to get a much more complete and complicated version of this. What I'm getting into, the place that I want to arrive with this paper, is to show that when you do that, when you defend the public charge rule in best terms, in a complete fashion, taking into account all the normative scheme, what you find is that you don't have as much reason to exclude people as you will find reasons to repair damages abroad or take responsibility for the public charge that that policy could inflict in foreign countries. But I'm not very sure that I could do this in a very economic way without resorting to my old heuristic device at the end of this paper. So I wanted to share the idea with you, and thank you very much for listening.
Muchas gracias, Enrique. Tenemos dos preguntas del público para quien quiera de nuestros ponentes responder. Primero, tenemos una pregunta de nuestra compañera del CISAN, Alejandrina Ortega, que dice, ¿se podría decir que existe una continuidad en la política migratoria de Trump con respecto a Biden? Y después María Arcelia Serrano Vargas a todos les pregunta, si bien se trata de la política migratoria de Estados Unidos, el gobierno mexicano tendría la posibilidad de establecer algunas acciones de apoyo a los Dreamers DACA y a los inmigrantes mexicanos en general. ¿Cuál debería ser ese papel? So if anyone wants to jump in answering, please.
Yeah, I can take a first take to that. Con respecto al tema de la continuidad entre el presidente Trump y el presidente Biden, obviamente la política migratoria en Estados Unidos es algo que se decide en el Congreso. El presidente tiene un cierto nivel de poder en el tema de la normatividad o la regulación, de la interpretación y de la implementación. Y en ese sentido, lo vimos con el presidente Trump, sobre todo con el asesor del presidente Trump, Stephen Miller, que el presidente sí tiene una amplia capacidad a partir del tema de la normatividad de tomar ciertas medidas y de restringir las definiciones, la implementación, etcétera. Pero al final, esta capacidad se termina cuando se termina el periodo presidencial. Entonces, yo pienso que fundamentalmente si el Congreso no actúa, no hay y no va a haber un cambio fundamental en la política migratoria de los Estados Unidos. Los demócratas tienen realmente un margen, el margen más pequeño que se pueda uno imaginar. Un voto, el de la vicepresidenta, en el Senado. Y además, entre los demócratas está Joe Manchin. Quienes gobiernan realmente a Estados Unidos hoy son Joe Biden y Joe Manchin. Porque si Joe Manchin no quiere, no, y es un senador muy conservador de Virginia del Oeste, Virginia Occidental, va a ser muy difícil para el presidente Biden hacer cambios legislativos al régimen migratorio. En ese sentido, yo creo que la política es fundamentalmente la misma. Y el presidente pues va a poder tomar ciertos elementos y manipularlos a partir de la normatividad. Por ejemplo, cuántos refugiados va a aceptar, y creo que lo aumentó primero a 15,000 y ahora a 65,000. Hay ciertos puntos así, pero la política migratoria de Estados Unidos sigue siendo la misma en términos de sus principios. El problema que tiene Joe Biden es que si la crisis de los migrantes irregulares continúa, yo creo que hay una relación inversamente proporcional entre la percepción de una crisis migratoria en la frontera y la capacidad política del presidente de actuar, incluso a partir del aparato normativo. Si los números no bajan y si los encabezados no cambian, el presidente Biden va a verse obligado a actuar de una manera mucho más severa en términos de migración. La ideología sigue siendo la misma, ley y orden, y yo creo que en ese sentido lo que el presidente Biden puede hacer es relativamente limitado. Con respecto a México, realmente la política migratoria en México se maneja como un tema doméstico. México no puede hacer nada. México está realmente a merced de lo que decidan los Estados Unidos en la Casa Blanca a partir de la normatividad y en el Congreso a partir de la actividad legislativa. Yo no creo que México pueda cambiar la política migratoria. Por supuesto que el cuerpo diplomático de México ha sido muy efectivo en cierta manera en defender los derechos de los migrantes, en ofrecer servicios a los migrantes en Estados Unidos, los 50 consulados o algo así que existen en Estados Unidos. y han logrado emitir documentos, pasaportes, la matrícula consular, tienen programas muy efectivos, pero eso no cambia fundamentalmente el estatus migratorio de los mexicanos. Alivia, por así decirlo, su situación, su condición, y a lo mejor hasta un poco de dolor familiar, pero finalmente pues el gobierno mexicano está sujeto a los principios que rigen la política migratoria de los Estados Unidos. Yo creo que el presidente López Obrador, una de las pocas virtudes que tiene es que ha continuado animando el trabajo consular de los diplomáticos mexicanos con menos recursos, eso sí, porque ellos mismos reportan que tienen menos recursos. La austeridad republicana también ha llegado a los consulados mexicanos, pero en términos de un cambio central de la política migratoria, esta sigue siendo fundamentalmente un problema doméstico y se tiene que resolver de manera doméstica. Esa es una reacción inicial.
Jorge, por favor, tu micrófono. Está apagado tu micrófono.
¿Se escucha ahí?
Sí, gracias.
Perfecto, muy bien. Bueno, yo coincido con la primera parte que mencionaba Tony en términos de que Biden tampoco es que pueda hacer un cambio, aunque conceptualmente sea muy diferente, ese cambio no se refleja en la práctica. Es decir, hay una especie de continuidad práctica, quizá no deseada, pero al final real en términos de lo que puede hacer Biden. El Congreso sigue siendo, o sea, es un tema en el que no hay una fuerza dominante, el tema migratorio. No se ha logrado imponer un punto de vista y eso se refleja en la política migratoria. Entonces yo en esa parte coincido. La segunda parte coincido menos. Yo creo que México sí puede hacer mucho más de lo que hace. El gobierno mexicano, los gobiernos mexicanos han tenido como política migratoria la de no tener política migratoria. Cuando tienes a 12 millones de mexicanos nacidos en México, viviendo en Estados Unidos, me parece que te tienes que cuestionar qué puedes hacer por esos 12 millones. Te tienes que cuestionar si tus obligaciones como gobierno, como Estado, terminan en tu frontera, se restringen a tu territorio o se refieren a tu población, porque también son mexicanos. Ciertamente los consulados creo que hacen mucho con muy pocos recursos. Podría haber muchos más recursos. No ha habido una inversión importante. Se festejan las remesas, pero no hay nada a cambio. Los consulados están cada vez más limitados. Y en el tema de los DACAs y los Dreamers, creo que hay una especie de falsa dicotomía entre no hacer nada y el intervencionismo. Creo que hay muchas más opciones intermedias en donde México podría hacer mucho más. Ya se demostró en temas como el Telecán, en donde México hizo mucho más, también siendo un tema que aparentemente podría ser un tema exclusivamente de Estados Unidos. Los consulados, se puede trabajar con organizaciones de la sociedad civil, se puede dar capacitación. Muchos DACAs y Dreamers no aplican a los programas por falta de asesoría, por falta de recursos económicos, por falta de asesoría, porque no saben cuáles son las implicaciones, porque no saben si cumplen con los requisitos. Obviamente no el de la edad, pero otros requisitos como, por ejemplo, el no tener felonies. Muchos de ellos dicen, alguna vez me agarraron borracho y entonces ya por eso no puedo aplicar porque va a salir en mi récord. Es decir, podría haber asesorías, talleres, como sucede con otros temas y como sucede con otros países. México, por ejemplo, es el último país en que se hace ciudadanos, es decir, somos los que más nos tardamos, a pesar de cumplir con los requisitos en muchos casos, porque no tenemos un debido acompañamiento, porque no hay una política migratoria. Yo sí creo que solamente por el número de mexicanos que hay en Estados Unidos, México no puede decir, este es un asunto estrictamente de Estados Unidos y entonces cualquier cosa que haga sería intervenir. Creo que nos hace falta incluso un debate en México acerca de hasta dónde puede llegar eso, porque me parece hasta muy cínico festejar los miles de millones de dólares, pero no hacer nada a cambio o hacer realmente cosas ridículas de dimensión muy inferior al tamaño de la población y a los beneficios que representa esa población para el desarrollo de México. Entonces, Solamente ese matiz yo, digamos, incorporaría en la segunda parte de que sí, México debe de hacer mucho más por sus comunidades. No creo que nos podamos limitar a decir lo que hagamos va a ser intervenir. Yo creo que no es la situación actual, vaya, en el mundo y menos en la relación México-Estados Unidos.
Quiero agregar una cosa muy importante política. Me parece que la renegociación del tratado de NAFTA al TEMEC o de TLC al TEMEC fue una oportunidad política perdida por México, quizás por la transición política de Peña Nieto a López Obrador, pero ninguno de ellos pensó que era una excelente oportunidad para expandir un capítulo sobre la integración de los mercados laborales en Norteamérica. Existe la visa TN, me parece que era, y los mexicanos y los canadienses la han usado cada vez más. Hay cada vez más mexicanos que usan la visa TN para trabajar en Estados Unidos, pero pues no es finalmente más que una pequeña concesión en términos de lo que los mercados laborales propiamente exigen que debería ser o que deberían ser los canales para la capacidad de los ciudadanos de Norteamérica de moverse, de trabajar, de regresar y de ir y venir. Fue una oportunidad perdida muy, muy importante y ahí es donde México pudo haber puesto sobre la mesa lo que el propio López Obrador después dijo, que haya un programa de trabajadores. Bueno, pues lo hubiera haber pensado cuando estaban negociándolo y cuando Jesús Seade estaba en la mesa representando sus intereses. Ahí había sido el momento. Fue una oportunidad perdida de esta administración, como muchas, obviamente.
Jessy, Enrique, Mónica, ¿no quieren? No. Bueno, pues agradezco mucho a nuestros ponentes de esta primera magnífica mesa habernos dado esta visión no muy optimista con respecto a los desafíos que Biden encara, por las promesas difíciles de cumplir, por las dificultades para que se lleve a cabo una reforma migratoria, por la remilitarización, porque existen reglas que justifican la exclusión y porque las buenas intenciones como la regularización a partir del DREAM Act no funcionan de manera total si no incorporan a las familias de los Dreamers. Agradezco mucho que hayan estado aquí. Le pido a nuestro público que no se mueva. Vamos a tener unos 5 o 10 minutos para la transición de una mesa a la otra y pues aquí seguimos.
Gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Mónica, ¿comenzamos a las 11:30 o un poquito antes?
Pienso que podríamos comenzar en 10 minutos.
En 10
En 10
minutos,
minutos.
¿no? Porque
Sí,
ok.
para que no se nos vaya nuestro
Sí, que
tiempo.
Muy bien.
Buscar el cafecito, que aquí hace mucho frío en Chile. Hola, ¿cómo están?
Hola.
Hola,
Sí.
hola, Jimena.
Hola. Voy a buscar un café que está congelado en esta parte de la casa. Sí.
Nosotros, al contrario, ya estamos con
Sí.
el calorcito.
Ay,
encima.
sí, algo. Sí. Sí, qué bueno verles bien. Ya.
Camelia, no sé si los demás Antes quieran hacer pruebas, si tienen alguna duda sobre compartir su pantalla o presentar su PowerPoint para que de una vez lo veamos.
Oye, Miri,
Sí,
me salió en mano derecha todas las fotografías y me impedía leer mi PowerPoint. ¿Cómo se puede hacer para que no pase eso?
está desde su
O sea,
computadora.
sí, no, ahorita ya no, pero en mi computadora sí aparecía como una columna de fotografías que me impedía leer mi PowerPoint.
Supongo que estaba en modo de
¿Modo qué?
moderador, entonces habría que cambiarlo.
Ay, sí, cámbialo para arriba. ¿Cómo se cambia?
Necesitaría verlo con usted directamente en su computadora.
Pues ya too late,
maestra.
pero para la próxima vez.
Ok.
Sorry, does anybody know who the next speaker is supposed to be? And no.
I think Nicole Hallett and I are listed, but happy to rearrange if that's necessary.
No, it's totally fine. I just wanted to know. It's the women's part of the meeting, huh?
Yeah, good morning. First of all, it's Nicole, then Sarah, then Deborah, then Camelia, and finally Jimena.
Can you do that one more time?
Yeah. First Nicole, then Sarah, then Deborah, then Camelia, and finally Jimena Pu.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alan, it's going to be over an hour before
Alejandro, ¿estás ahí?
Sí, aquí estoy. Perdón.
Bueno,
Sí, aquí
hola.
estoy. Hola.
Oye, creo que hay un simulacro ahora a las 11:30, ¿no? ¿O estoy
Ah,
mal?
No,
no,
lo cambiaron para el día 22, creo. Para
Perfecto.
21 de junio. 21 de junio para que ya todo el mundo esté en sus trabajos.
Ah, ya, perfecto. Ok.
ya estoy listo, Camelia, en cuanto digan.
Sí. Y ahí entró Nicole. El programa.
Miriam, ¿nos puedes poner el video?
Listo, ya está. Nada más usted active por favor su cámara.
No me deja, no me
maestra.
deja. You cannot, o sea, no me deja empezar el video.
A ver, espérenme tantito.
No, eso sí, se cambió.
Gracias.
Sí.
Ok. So, can we start now? ¿Podemos comenzar? Sí, Alejandro, adelante, por favor.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the second panel of the seminar Trump Legacy Immigration Policy and COVID-19 Challenge for Biden. This panel will focus on the topics of talent, asylum policies, and imagining. Our participants for this panel are Nicole Hallett, is an associate clinical professor of law at the University of Chicago Law School. She is founder and director of the Immigrants' Rights Clinic. She has published extensively on migration enforcement. She will present with Angela Remus, a PhD student of the Yale Law School and the editor-in-chief of the Yale Journal of International Law. Angela conducts interdisciplinary research in migration law and international law. Dr. Sara Poggio is an associate professor of Spanish and social science at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. She has been the founder of the co-chair of the International Migration section in the Latin American Studies Association. Her research focuses on Latin American migration, gender, and family migration. Deborah Anker is clinical professor of law and founder of the Harvard Law School Immigration and Refugee Clinical Program. Professor Anker is one of the most widely known asylum scholars and practitioners in the United States. Camelia Tigao is the coordinator of the area of integration studies at CISAN. Her work bears on skilled migration and diaspora communication. And finally, Jimena Po Figueroa is an associate professor at the University of Chile, director at the Institute of Communication and Image. She is an expert in communication, migrant, and social change. We will start with the presentation by Nicole. Then, Nicole, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks so much. Let me just share my screen. Oh. Okay. We're more than 100 days into the Biden presidency, and there is still a protection crisis at the US-Mexico border. Over 178,000 people were apprehended by US Customs and Border Patrol in April, the highest number in decades. The Biden administration is engaged in triaging the old system, but we need to rethink our approach to humanitarian protection in the context of Central American migration. We need to move beyond asylum as the primary and inadequate means by which we are addressing this protection crisis. At the core of asylum is the legal obligation of non-refoulement, which prohibits the return of anyone who meets the refugee definition. The obligation was first codified in the 1951 Refugee Convention and subsequently codified in US law. As a result, the US owes a duty to every individual who reaches the territory and who is able to demonstrate that the refugee definition is met. In the United States, a grant of asylum provides a pathway to permanent residence and citizenship. As a result, access to US territory and recognition as a refugee through the asylum adjudication process carries significant benefits. Unlike asylum, there is no international legal obligation to engage in refugee resettlement, although various non-binding agreements and the preamble to the Refugee Convention acknowledge its importance. As a result, countries are able to exercise discretion in deciding whether to engage in resettlement and can set their own priorities for who to admit for resettlement. While the United States has an obligation to every refugee that reaches its territory, the US owes no similar legal obligation to refugees anywhere else in the world. Because of these dichotomous obligations, the United States has an incentive to interpret the refugee definition in ways that limit the number of individuals who will be able to access the protection and residency benefits of asylum. And the US has a particular incentive to limit the refugee definition in ways that are prejudicial to Central Americans because of the relative ease with which Central Americans can travel to the United States and trigger the United States' non-refoulement obligations. Historical uses of asylum suggest that this prejudice against Central American asylum claims is long-standing. In the 1980s, when many Central Americans were fleeing brutal civil wars, asylum approval rates were around 2% for Guatemalans, Hondurans, and Salvadorans, but around 70% for applicants from the Soviet Union. At the time, US government officials characterized Central Americans as economic migrants and illegal migrants without valid asylum claims. In the famous American Baptist Churches case, plaintiffs argued that the high denial rates for Central American asylum applicants were a denial of equal treatment under the law. The case settled in 1991, and the settlement included the guarantee that Guatemalans and Salvadorans be entitled to de novo asylum adjudication. But even legal developments that were broadly positive for Central American migrants in the United States contained prejudicial characteristics. The Nicaraguan Adjustment and Central American Relief Act, passed in 1997, is one example. NACARA afforded a form of temporary relief and provided for possible access to permanent residence and citizenship for Guatemalans and Salvadorans. But even this law was criticized for its prejudice towards Central Americans. Provisions in the act were more favorable for Nicaraguans and Cubans than those for Guatemalans and Salvadorans. The prejudicial trend has continued into the 2000s with the rising impact of organized criminal gangs. In order to obtain relief under the US asylum system, asylum seekers have to fit their claim into one of 5 protected grounds of the asylum definition. Many Central Americans rely on the particular social group ground as the basis for their claims. A particular social group was defined by a characteristic that was immutable or unchangeable. But in 2008, these 2 adjudications that I've just put on the slide added 2 new requirements. Particular social groups now also had to meet the requirements of social visibility and particularity. Some scholars have argued that these requirements were directly responsive to rising numbers of asylum claims from Central Americans. Decisions taken by the Board of Immigration Appeals during the Trump administration have continued the trend of narrowing the particular social group ground. The Trump administration has also narrowed the accessibility of the refugee definition in other ways, such as by encouraging immigrations to exercise their discretion to deny applications. In the timing of these decisions, along with the statements made by the administration, make it clear that the goal is to circumscribe access to asylum, most especially for Central Americans. In addition to these doctrinal developments, a number of other policy developments implemented by the Trump administration have sought to deter access to asylum. The Migrant Protection Protocol, Safe Third Country Agreements with El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, and family separation are policies that are familiar to all of us, and that sought to limit accessibility of asylum for Central Americans. Nicole will address these developments in more detail later in the presentation. What we should take from all of this is that there are structural incentives in the US asylum system to keep the refugee definition narrow, thereby avoiding potentially significant obligations to provide asylum and its associated long-term benefits to an overwhelming number of applicants. Both history and contemporary practice demonstrate the ways in which the refugee definition has been manipulated in the context of asylum in ways that prejudice Central Americans' applications. These incentives make the asylum system alone an inadequate mechanism for providing protection to Central Americans fleeing violence in the region. While both the asylum adjudication system and the refugee resettlement system rely on the same refugee definition, the refugee resettlement system can be a much more flexible tool for governments. Governmental control over the terms and numbers of resettlement may allow resettlement decisions to affirmatively respond to protection needs, without the same imperative to erect the sorts of doctrinal barriers that we have seen accompanying the asylum context. In the US, the Central American Minor Program, initiated in 2014, was one attempt at employing refugee resettlement in the context of Central America, but it was of limited success due to eligibility limitations, and it was ultimately halted by the Trump administration. Historically, we've also seen ad hoc programs in response to humanitarian needs. This is another way that we can relieve pressure on the asylum system while still responding to those humanitarian necessities. The 1980 Cuban Haitian Entrant Program provided a special parole process for Cubans and Haitians arriving at the US border. And it didn't require individual adjudication of protection claims. With these alternatives to asylum in mind, it's time to think about a new approach to contemporary migration from Central America. The US asylum system has been riddled with doctrinal limitations, and those doctrinal limitations are particularly prejudicial to Central Americans. The Biden administration has already recognized the humanitarian character of much of the migration from Central America. Biden himself justified his 15,000 person refugee resettlement cap, now changed, by pointing to the number of asylum seekers from Central America. The Biden administration State Department has also recognized the need to increase refugee resettlement from Central America. I'll now hand it off to Nicole to speak more about what the Biden administration has and has not done. She'll also propose some suggestions for what the Biden administration can do to limit its reliance on asylum adjudication and capitalize on the flexibilities of refugee resettlement and other ad hoc pathways for protection. Nicole, over to you.
Thank you so much, Angela. So Angela brought us up to the current moment. We really are in a moment of transition in the US asylum system. The policies that Angela spoke about, some of those policies have been reversed by the Biden administration. Other policies have not been. So we are at sort of an inflection point in terms of what the future of the US asylum system looks like. So for example, as has already been discussed in several other presentations, Biden announced an end to the Remain in Mexico or the migrant protection protocols, which required most Central American asylum seekers to wait in Mexico for their asylum hearings. The Biden administration also announced it would be withdrawing from the safe third country agreements with Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador that the Trump administration signed in 2019. Angela, you can go next. Which allowed the US to return asylum seekers to another country in Central America as opposed to allowing them to apply for asylum in the United States. Other policies, such as the ban on asylum for anyone traveling through a third country prior to arrival in the US, including Mexico, and deterrence policies such as family separation, were either struck down by the courts or were ended by Trump himself after public outcry. However, many of the changes that the Trump administration made will take time to unwind. One study found that there were over 400 changes to the US immigration system made under the Trump administration. And many of those changes concern the right to asylum. Next. So just to give you a sense for how many different changes took place, this is not all the changes that took place to the asylum system during the Trump administration, but it gives you some idea of what we're talking about. So although some of these policies have been ended, other policies and judicial decisions which have limited the right to asylum are going to take time to unwind. Perhaps most importantly, the Biden administration has not removed the COVID-related restrictions, next, which has led to over 500,000 expulsions at the US-Mexico border. Most observers predicted that Biden would quickly remove the restrictions, but he has not. And in fact, over 50,000 families from Central America have been expelled since January. Next. And after border apprehensions fell sharply during the pandemic, they have risen in recent months, which has led to some critics to warn of a new border crisis. It has not mattered that most of these apprehensions were actually people coming from Mexico and not Central America. The narrative in the US is that it is either our generous asylum policies or it's the policy changes that the Biden administration has made or the signal it's sending that it is going to restore the asylum system to its previous state, which is responsible for the uptick. Next. The administration made an exception to the COVID restrictions for unaccompanied minors in response to a court case challenging the policy as illegal, which led to overcrowding and terrible conditions for children in facilities along the border. And Biden has resisted calls to end the restrictions in part to avoid, if you want to give the charitable reading, it's to avoid overwhelming the system even further. I would argue that, in fact, what Biden is doing is attempting to avoid bad press by giving the press more opportunities to photograph facilities at the border that are overcrowded, such as this. And as the pandemic wanes, Biden will have no choice but to end the restrictions. The reversal of Trump's border policies, while important from a humanitarian perspective, will not solve the larger and more long-term refugee crisis. The past 4 years have confirmed that stricter enforcement policies at the border will not stem the tide of migrants from Central America. Next. In fact, border apprehensions were at their peak in May 2019, when most of Trump's border policies were still in effect. There just simply, it does not seem to be any relationship between the number of people coming to the border to seek asylum and whatever policies are in place and whatever administration is in place at the time. So Biden is going to have to chart a path forward that adheres to humanitarian norms and international obligations. And this path forward cannot simply be a retread of failed policies. Instead, his administration must be willing to adapt the asylum system to respond to the particular situation in Central America and the US-Mexico border. And what we intend to do in this essay is propose a number of reforms that Biden could make. Next. Now, I should say that these are ideas for discussion, and we need to flesh them out in more detail. But essentially, we see the potential reforms falling into two categories, which is changing the US asylum law to expand who is eligible for asylum, expanding refugee resettlement from Central America, implementing burden sharing agreements with Mexico, and reimagining other forms of humanitarian protection under US law. Next. So first, changing the US asylum law to expand who is eligible for asylum. So as Angela detailed, the Board of Immigration Appeals and the Attorney General have issued a number of decisions in recent years that purport to limit the definition of particular social group to exclude a large number of migrants fleeing Central America, including decisions limiting asylum based on gang violence, domestic violence, and family affiliation. Next. Biden has proposed to promulgate regulations that codifies a definition of particular social group, something that has never existed in US law. These regulations make it more difficult to narrow asylum eligibility. These regulations may make it more difficult to narrow asylum eligibility in the future, but there's still a question of what definitions those regulations will adopt. As an initial matter, putting aside anything else that the Biden administration should do, Biden should either through judicial decision or through regulation rescind matter of AB, which is a domestic violence decision that I believe Deborah Anker is going to talk about later, rescind matter of LEA, which limited asylum based on family relationship, and also codify the fact that resistance to gangs should be considered a political opinion under US law, so to exempt it from the particular social group case law altogether. In drafting these regulations, the Biden administration needs to consult international interpretations of these terms, which have traditionally been more generous than US interpretations. And also the administration should refrain from considering how competing definitions will affect the number of individuals who will be eligible for asylum. Narrowing asylum eligibility will not decrease the number of Central American migrants at the border, and the administration should not attempt to use these legal definitions as a deterrence technique. It simply has not worked in the past and is not going to work in the future. Next. As Angela said, there really is this bifurcated system whereby people who arrive at the border have a right to non-refoulement and a right to seek asylum in the US. And the US also allows refugees to enter through the refugee resettlement program, but maintains much more control over who's allowed to enter under that program. The truth of the matter is that the US asylum system was simply not created or designed to handle the large flow of refugees that are currently coming from Central America. And we need to find ways to take pressure off of that system. And so in order to relieve that pressure, the US should turn to the refugee resettlement system and should utilize the existing international refugee regime. So what would this look like next? First, the US should allow processing of refugee claims in Mexico and in Central America. In Central America, this could look like an expansion of the CAM program that Angela spoke about briefly. to remove potentially some of the limitations on that program, or possibly to add to the list of other vulnerable groups that would be eligible to apply in country. Second, the US needs to work closely with UNHCR in Mexico to begin refugee processing in Mexico to discourage migrants from making the dangerous journey across the border. And then finally, the US must allocate a substantial portion of its yearly refugee cap to resettling refugees from Central America. Biden recently announced new guidelines and a new cap for the remainder of this fiscal year. And of the 62,500 cap, only 5,000 of those are allocated to Central and South America. We simply don't resettle refugees from Central America, even though the conflicts that are giving rise to these refugee flows are in our own backyard, and it can be attributed, at least in part, to past US foreign policy and involvement in the area. Next. So this is potentially the most controversial of these proposals for this audience, but we feel like it's critically important that the US and Mexico work together to solve the Central American refugee crisis. This could take many forms. Next. It could take the form of aid to Mexico to implement burden sharing agreements. The burden sharing agreements might also look to various burden sharing agreements that have been put into place with the Syrian refugee crisis in Europe. Some of those were also controversial, but we have to think kind of outside the box in terms of how we handle those refugee flows. We also could try to develop even some more innovative programs. One of the problems really at the end of the day is that even though Mexico has an asylum system that, individuals can apply for asylum if they leave, they're from Central America before they reach the United States. There are some limitations to the Mexico asylum system that make the right less than robust, such as the fact that you have to apply within 30 days of entering the country. So that should be reformed. And in addition, the United States and Mexico should discuss whether there could be incentives provided to some portion of refugees fleeing Central America so that they would be resettled in Mexico. So just a couple of suggestions. Many times refugees do not want to stay in Mexico either because they feel unsafe or they won't have the support in Mexico, or they have family members or communities that are in the United States, which prompt them to try to reach the United States instead of staying in Mexico. In order to incentivize some refugees to stay in Mexico, we could provide robust integration resources to refugees who choose that option, and even potentially could resettle family members who are undocumented in the United States to Mexico so that the family can be together rather than living in the United States potentially undocumented or with a final order of removal. Next. And then the final kind of group of suggestions that we have is really reimagining humanitarian protections under US law. The truth of the matter is that the definition of a refugee was not created with the Central American situation in mind. And in some ways it's fitting a round peg into a square hole, or vice versa, however you want to say it. And so while we strongly support the right to apply for asylum and believe quite strongly in the principle of non-refoulement, we don't think that that should be the only way that Central Americans can gain humanitarian protection in the United States. So this form of protection could take the form of something like the Cuban Haitian Entrant Program that Angela mentioned earlier, or temporary protected status, which is a form of protection under current US law that allows the president to grant nationals from certain countries temporary protection from deportation due to circumstances such as war or natural disaster in their home countries. Either of those kinds of models could be repurposed to address the Central American refugees, both who are living in the United States and who are approaching the border. We also could develop a program that provides a more permanent form of relief like NACARA. And then application process could be streamlined to ease pressure on the overburdened asylum system with interviews at the border taking the place of years of hearings in immigration court. A NACARA-like program would require legislative action, which considering the Congress right now seems really unlikely. I agree that the prospects for immigration reform are pretty poor at this point. However, the Biden administration could use its parole power in much the same way without any legislation at all. the administration could parole individuals who meet certain requirements into the country temporarily and continue to renew the parole as long as the conditions in Central America remain dangerous. Again, this would not take the place of the asylum system. Individuals who are eligible for asylum would still be able to apply if they could show they were persecuted on account of one of the 5 protected grounds, but it would provide alternatives for individuals who are fleeing violence, but who don't necessarily fit into the refugee definition. So in conclusion, what we have at the border is not sustainable. And even if we fix the problems that Trump created, we're going to be left with the Central American refugee crisis that needs to be solved. Trump did a lot of damage to the system, but the system predated Trump. And the administration cannot simply try the same strategies again. It must implement creative new solutions that might provide lasting solutions to the Central American refugee crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela and Nicole, for the talk. I want to remember that if anyone have any question, you can write them in the chat, in the YouTube chat, and in the end of the presentation, I will ask to the panelists all your questions. We'll move to the next presentation by Sara Poggio, Consequence of the Zero Tolerance Policy of Migration and Asylum during the Trump administration. Please, Sara, the floor is yours.
No sé qué pasa.
Ya te escuchamos.
¿Ya me escuchan?
Ya.
Bueno, simplemente tengo puesto en la pantalla el PowerPoint. Simplemente marco el verde. ¿No? ¿Lo ven?
Ya, sí se ve.
Perfecto, me escuchan. Okay, I will present in English because I didn't want to have 2 languages, one for the PowerPoint, another for the presentation. What I'm going to, okay. I will start saying that what we got from Trump administration were 3 groups of Latino immigrant children under risk the whole time, because his policies. One is the zero tolerance policy that separates children from the parents at the border. The other one that is very discussed right now, but it is the increase in deportations, not only at the border, but in the rest of the country, for undocumented migrants that didn't commit any criminal action, that affects mostly in several cities that I have analyzed, children from mixed families in terms of migratory status. And these children have a lot of problems for that. The other group of children and youth mostly are the DACA that were whose program was stopped by the Trump administration, even though it was reinstated, but with different situations. I'm going to talk about the effect of these policies of separation and on the children. First, I will talk about the effect of the tolerance zero to immigration policy in asylum seekers and undocumented migrants, and the policy that Biden designs to reverse this problem. In second place, I will talk about the effect of these policies, the policy of the increased deportation and undocumented migrants without criminal charges, that creates another group of victims, children's victims of the Trump administration. Well, I will present all the policies that Biden is designing to stop these separations in many situations. I'm going to talk only about the two that I mentioned before, but Biden had created a program that is ongoing now about stopping the separations and reunification of the families. But it already gave directions to ICE to stop deportation of people without criminal past or actions. Biden already is working on the situation of the refugee, although through that doesn't cover too much to Central Americans. And he is also working on DACA. DACA is part of the program, is part of the new immigration reform that he sent to the Congress, but still didn't discuss, and we don't know really what's going to happen. The first policy that I will discuss is the Family Reunification Task Force, created immediately for Biden to stop the separations at the border and to, most importantly, to reunite families that were victims of this situation. And this task force is part of the Homeland Security, is also working with different agencies, and not only agencies, but group of immigrant organizations, immigrant rights organizations, and the ACL, the American Civil, I don't remember, Civil Rights Union. The task force has had priorities. It is difficult to assess which is really the effectiveness of this policy at only 120 days of Biden in power. Those things take time. Then we have to believe on what the people declare about that, the people involved. One of the things that is important is that the action of the organizations for human rights and immigrants' rights are really being heard by the task force, because these organizations were working immediately since the policy of family separation on the border was implemented by Trump in 2018. And immediately the ACLU worked hard to reunite the majority of the people that were separated. What the task force has to do right now is the part of reunification of 400 and something families that still couldn't find, because they never stopped to work on that. Then one of the things that makes me think that probably this the officialization of this group that is working with the non-governmental organizations is going to be result positively, because they never stopped to work and they didn't have all the necessary data or information because the Trump administration never provide anything. There was a separation that never started with the list of who was separated, who family were separated from whose children. And it was very difficult to reunite the ones that are reunited already. And the task force, the part of the task force that belong to the non-governmental organizations are also demanding that the government pay all the expenses for the families that were deported and they had to travel to United States right now with the children. And the most important, that they will provide with a more secure migratory status. They are thinking, they are not thinking, but they are pushing for that, while the government says that they are looking for possible ways to give them temporary permission. But what these groups of human rights and migration rights are looking as for citizenship for these families. And they talk about reparation, but could also bring other benefits for those families, but I didn't find any specific things about that. The family, this policy is working, we can say, very slowly in the advance of localization, children and parents that were separated. Stopping family separation, I'm not sure when did they stop it. I read that there were some families were separated until the end of January, which is it shouldn't be the situation. Citizenship is not guaranteed. Economic support it is not guaranteed, although the first families that were reunited in May 4 okay, they got pay or financial support for the trip. In total, the number of children that were separated was 5,512, and it is the source for the Department of Homeland Security. From them, for this group, 5,512 separate children, 3,116 teens, 10 years and older, and 2,246 younger than 10 years old, and there are 160 that they are unknown at the age. This for the moment there were 4 families that were reunited. Okay, and I can find it. Okay, 4 families were reunited, and I have not personal data. I didn't collect data about this group. They were described as very emotional, and the most important thing is that there are still 445 migrant children that are not reunited. The consequence of tolerance zero for immigration on children was denounced by the Academy of American Pediatricians, in the statements about detention of immigration. They required that the separation were stopped, never should occur, because they express their concerns for child safety, and also they define the separation as torture. They mention as the most important damages that stressful experiences, including family separation, will cause irreparable harm to lifelong development of children and modification of brain architecture. These findings are similar to studies I have done about other type of stress on young children, varies in terms of age, but the younger the children, a more consequential effect. And one thing that is also important to remark is that according to the Academy of Pediatricians, when children are separated from the parents, and they are losing the support that work as a buffer of the caregiver to help mitigate stress and protect them from the impact that the toxic situation will have in their life. It seems that there are other situations in which this shows to be the case. Same children's, younger children that were asked about the moment of separation were not able to remember why they were leaving the country. Probably most of these kids that were leaving the country because they have possibilities of being killed or a stressful situation. When they were with their parents, they were just leaving the country with their parents. They were not a stressful situation that they could remember, or maybe they can articulate the memory. That's something that I wouldn't go further because it's not my expertise. But it seems that there is a difference between being in a situation of danger or stressful situation with your parents, with people that you trust, and being on your own, which is something important. I will talk about another group that I have studied since 2018 that, as I said at the beginning, in my opinion, became another group of children victimized by the policies of the Trump administration. And I'm talking about the kids that belong to mixed families in which there are parents that are undocumented with others that is documented, that maybe brothers and sisters that are Americans, and maybe they are American or they are one of the kids that were born there and migrated with their parents. These children are not, in general, scared about deportation in the way that their parents are. They are not scared to be deported. In some cases, they are Americans, they don't need that. But what is the problem of their children is that they are scared of losing their parents. Then deportation is one of the cruel things in terms of what people living in this very uncertain situation, they don't traditionally in the area that I study, that they were not always expecting that. Although there were times in 2006 in different governments in which there was a time in which they were ready for deportation, it was not normal. And after Obama administration, that families were scared in the city that I visit, that I did my research.
Sarah, we need to finish. You have 3 minutes left.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I'll just give me seconds. Give me 3 seconds to finish with that. I interview children, sorry, not children, teachers of 2 schools in Baltimore City in 2018, in the moment when deportation was the risk for all these families. I also interview mothers of these of the students of the schools. One of the things that the mothers told me is that they were worried for themselves, and that would have implications on the children. The fear of being deported is one of the topics that is more studied, although no study that I know is dedicated to study the fears of the children. In this school, when I interviewed the teachers, they told me that they have just in the past 15 days, the students were witness of the detention and deportation of one of the parents of the kids of the school, would create a lot of anxiety. And for many children was the desire not to go out, not to go to school, not to talk. And the research existence about these problems with kids is clear, not only with the short term of the impact of these policies of the deportation fear, but with the long time. In other studies I had done with children in schools that had been suffer the separation of the parents, and not that violent that this could be, but they have effect in their behavior and health that was lasting until they came to unite with their families in the United States. Then I will stop here if you believe that it's done.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, for your talk. Now we will listen to Deborah Anker's presentation, the development of gender asylum law and policies of the Donald Trump administration. Please,
Thank you.
Deborah.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me. I'm going to be talking about the development of gender asylum law. I did want to, Angela had mentioned, some people believe that the definition of refugee is not meant to include these kinds of claims, or the kinds of claims that people are making from the Northern Triangle countries. I guess I would vigorously disagree with that. I think that the definition of refugee in the convention and the Refugee Convention is both flexible and principled, and it's grounded in a human rights framework. And the more we think about it that way, and the more we actualize it. So anyway, so the last 20 years, and also excuse me for looking down at my notes all the time, I still haven't perfected this Zoom world. Anyway, the last 20 years have witnessed the development of the body of US gender asylum law, or asylum persecution because of their gender, including victims of sexual and related violence, often at the hands of intimate partners. For years, these claims of women were ignored. And indeed, lawyers didn't even present such claims. So the persecution stories of women were suppressed, not even articulated within the asylum system. This has changed. Beginning in the 1990s, in part due to the development, the influence of the International Women's Human Rights Movement, which highlighted violence against women as a human rights issue. Advocates and researchers played a critical role in bringing these stories to light and in developing jurisprudence, sometimes at the ground level, recognizing that gender itself could be a protected status under the particular social group ground, as well as the religion and political opinion protected grounds in the definition of refugee, the cornerstone of asylum policy. Importantly, advocates began arguing that resistance to sexual violence could constitute a political opinion, either expressed or imputed. The development of this body of gender asylum law was critical to broader progressive interpretations in asylum law, including an understanding that protection is warranted where harms are inflicted by non-state actors, including spouses and extortionist gangs, where her home country or state is unwilling or unable to provide protection. This non-state actor doctrine has been vital to applicants from the Northern Triangle countries, as well as from other countries. Throughout its term of office, the Trump, well, a number of people, but Nicole and Angela really described so well, the Trump administration has aggressively sought to undo these developments, and I'll briefly talk about these at the end. With the Refugee Act of 1980, the US formally adopted into domestic law key provisions of the UN Convention relating to the status of refugees. The Refugee Act, and then the convention upon which it was based, defined a refugee as a person who has suffered persecution or who has a well-founded fear of future persecution for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. From the enactment of the Refugee Act in 1980 until the 1990s, asylum seekers fleeing gender-based violence were routinely denied protection and status in the United States. Serious harms faced by women, including domestic violence, female genital mutilation, psychological harm, trauma, and rape, were unrecognized in the US asylum law until advocacy organizations began representing women asylum seekers in increasing numbers and asserting these claims. The first major breakthrough, which Angela and Nicole mentioned, the first major breakthrough in the development of gender asylum law was the interpretation of the particular social group ground in the treaty and the US statute. The Administrative Board of Immigration Appeals in the Acosta decision held that a PSG, the PSG, a particular social group, like other grounds in the refugee definition, race, religion, nationality, for example, represented innate or otherwise immutable characteristics that a person either could not change or beliefs or characteristics that were central to her identity and she should not be made to change. Belief in women's equality, for example. This ruling has been foundational to the development of gender asylum jurisprudence, although, as was mentioned, subsequent to the Acosta decision, the board placed additional requirements onto these interpretations, and even advocates themselves endorse complicated and unwieldy formulations of the PSG, which undermined Acosta's principal analysis. We continue to argue that gender alone, often the additional element of nationality, could constitute the particular social group. And we called this formulation gender per se. In the late 1980s and early 1900s, collaboration across borders among women's human rights activists, immigration advocates, and scholars led to further positive changes. At the same time, the revelations of mass rapes in Bosnia strengthened a growing international women's rights movement as evidenced by the UN's adoption of the Declaration Against Violence Against Women in 1993 and the Fourth Conference on the Status of Women in Beijing in 1995. Canada issued its historic gender guidelines applying human rights standards in the gender asylum context. The US followed suit in 1995. The Canadian guidelines served as a model internationally. In the US, we won our first decision, the Fatine decision, recognizing that feminism could be a political opinion. The case involved an Iranian woman who refused to wear the chador. The court also found that feminism could be expressed through such symbolic protests, and that gender could define a cognizable particular social group within the meaning of the Refugee Convention's refugee definition. This laid the groundwork for asylum for hundreds of women based on political opinion, as well as other grounds. In one landmark administrative decision, matter of DV, a Haitian woman raped and beaten for her support for the deposed president, Bertrand Aristide, was eligible for asylum, and that rape was a form of egregious harm that constituted person in the meaning of the Refugee Convention and US law. We also successfully brought an action before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, resulting in the first decision by a human rights body recognizing that rape was a form of torture and human rights violation. Eventually and persistently, advocates and scholars argued that domestic violence, the most ubiquitous form of violence against women, could constitute persecution, and that a central reason for such violence was gender. One such case that languished before the administrative authorities for 10 years, matter of Rodi Alvarado, finally succeeded, but without a published decision, indeed with no legal analysis at all. Finally, we broke through, in large part because of the persistent on-the-ground advocacy by practitioners who kept bringing these cases over and over again before the administrative authorities, ground-level immigration judges, and the administrative board, the Board of Immigration Appeals. The board finally issued a precedent decision in the case of matter of ARCG, decided in 2014, which recognized the particular social group of, quote, married Guatemalan women unable to leave the relationship, found that they were refugees entitled to protection. We would have the board had recognized that gender itself was the core defining element constituting the particular social group, that ARCG was a giant step in the right direction. In the years that followed, a number of lower level immigration judges and the federal courts recognized that gender itself and alone could define a particular social group in this context. This has happened really within the last couple of years, actually, while Trump was president. In some cases, these bodies have recognized that resistance to sexual violence can be an expression of a political opinion, thus empowering women, recognizing their agency above their victimhood. Last year, a federal court, the First Circuit Court of Appeals, Federal Court of Appeals in a case called Penny Peniagua, fully endorsed this gender per se formulation. And just last month, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals granted asylum based on the political opinion ground to a woman who resisted rape and persistent violence by her husband. The court also held that gender discrimination was a core reason behind domestic violence. The Trump administration aggressively sought to undo these developments. The Attorney General interposed himself into the decision-making process by reversing the administrative board in 2018 in the case of matter of AB, which was mentioned, which vacated the matter of ARCG decision and stating an improper dicta that in general these cases involve personal disputes rather than gender-based human rights violations. Later, in a case called matter of ACAA, the Attorney General again interposed himself into the decision-making process, reversing a decision of the administrative board, finding that protection could not be granted unless the asylum seeker proved that the state was either quote unquote completely helpless or condoned the violence, contrary to years of developed jurisprudence on the meaning of the unwilling and unable portion of the statute. In effect, the Attorney General held that token protection by the state was sufficient. In related cases, the Attorney General again interposed himself to reverse the board, which had, under longstanding administrative jurisprudence, held that that family membership constituted a particular social group. in AB, the Attorney General also held that persecution by gangs, no matter how pervasive and no matter how strong the evidence, that these what we call third generation gangs had effectively taken over control in large swaths of the country and effectively operated like a state authority. All these principles were repeated in mega asylum regulations, which attempted to brazenly undermine or subvert the entire, the entire body of codified and treaty-based asylum law. Virtually all of these policies have been enjoined by the courts. In other words, they have no legal effect, but the Trump administration in some cases continue to adhere to them. When they came out with these mega asylum regulations, it's the volume that really gets to me. This took up 42 pages in the Federal Register. And if you've ever seen the Federal Register, it's got these small print in these columns. So it was just the volume of it was extraordinary. But one judge who was hearing, federal judge who was hearing a challenge to these regulations said they received a tidal wave of comments. I was just talking to a colleague because I wanted to get this right, but it's either somewhere between 30,000 and 90,000 comments were submitted. And I like to think about this because I like to think that we have agency too. Anyway, those regulations have been enjoined, and to think about what the I think there is now a formal request to the new Attorney General to reverse these policies, and it seems to me he can do so by issuing, by the Attorney General issuing new decisions. He's perfectly empowered to do that. They can withdraw their position in the federal court suit that is challenging the mega asylum regulations. I mean, I haven't really thought about it with a great deal of specificity, but this does not seem like one of the policies that this seems to me to be one of the policies that would be most easiest to reverse and, really restore a rule of law principled framework to making asylum decision-making. This is part of the jurisprudence. This is a part of the jurisprudence, that women refugees fought very hard to establish. And, this seems relatively easy. But nothing's easy in the immigration context right now, right? I mean, because as soon as the right wing hears about it, they'll say, oh, they're opening their doors to all these women coming, and it's part of this policy to just have an open door immigration policy. And obviously this is a part of the law that I'm particularly fond of, and that I think it's easier than most. And I just, I wanted to mention something again about the refugee definition and its supposed narrowness. We just came out with a report a few weeks ago, and I'd be happy to share it. Maybe I can if I can figure out how to do this, since I'm virtually technologically illiterate. But with an NGO, we issued a report on climate displaced persons and how they could fit into different kinds of protected categories in US law. Certainly TPS, parole, overseas refugee processing, which was discussed. But we have, for the first time, I think just a few months ago, the first treatise on the applicability of the Refugee Convention to certain kinds of climate displaced persons. Very, very scholarly, very detailed kinds of analysis. UNHCR, United Nations High Commission on Refugees, has also issued a really important guidance in 1990. I'm sorry, in November 1990, in this past October and November, on the applicability of the refugee definition in the climate displaced persons context. So that's it. I think this is the shortest. I think I came way under the time. This is very unusual for me, but anyway, thank you all.
Thank you very much, Deborah, for the talk. we will move to the next presentation by Camelia Tigao, Biden's Migration Diplomacy, Actions of Reposition in the US as the Talent Hub. Please, Camelia.
Okay, thank you so much. My talk is a little bit an intent to move forward to concluding this seminar. Yes, can you hear me well? Yeah. Okay, and an approach to the end of our event, and as we go to this overall perspective of Biden's first 100 days. Okay. So what I talk about is how Biden's migration diplomacy is trying to reposition the US as a talent hub, at least discursively. Some of the first actions he took in the first 3 months as a president may be considered as an effort to reposition his country as a multilateral partner and as a way to deprovincialize America, the American perspective on migration. And in this way, he tries to reposition his country as a cultural and scientific power, as I see it, I worked on skill migration. But also he is trying to reestablish broken relations with certain countries, such as the Muslim countries, Central America, India, relations that had been damaged with previous restrictions and discourses that were imposed by Trump. And I read it this way: the actions to help migrants during the COVID-19, accept more refugees, increase the levels of skilled immigration levels equal to the ones that existed during the Obama administrations, they all allow to redirect the economic impact on the recovery of the country from the pandemic also, but they have a broader meaning of a complex migration diplomacy based on philanthropy and on the logic of research and development investment.
Camelia,
So,
we see the first page of your presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I will. Okay. So I will structure my talk in 3 parts, 3 main parts. What is the role of diasporas and migrants in strengthening the U.S. as a talent hub? Historically, what is the role of diasporas? I will give a short introduction to what is migration diplomacy. This will be my theoretical approach in the paper, and then go to qualitative analysis of international media. I will do this by looking at 2 levels: a broader image of Biden's migration diplomacy in international media, and then approaches to this brain regain that I consider he's proposing. So the first part refers to the role of diasporas and migrants in building the US as a great power. You see, along the US history, we've had this discussion of how certain diasporas, especially the skilled ones, have contributed to a massive brain transfer from Europe to America, from other countries to America. And this open door policy of the United States toward refugees and other immigrants have served to make it stronger. Whereas the ethnic cleansing policy of the Nazis made Germany weaker. So America was the primary beneficiary of this gigantic brain drain. That is why, based on these historical trends, we can consider Trump's administration move to impede immigration, especially skilled immigration, as short-sighted. Because far from being burdensome, immigration's net effect on the United States has been beneficial, especially if we talk about skilled migration. There is talk that America would not have Google or Apple without immigrants. And some people have said that few countries have benefited more from immigration than America. Okay. I also analyzed how immigrants have contributed to the deprovincializations of America. That is how the exiles and refugees and immigrants in general give a broader view. They are a form of education to America. They help to mediate between cultures. They have a communication function. Diasporas also contribute to distanciation, which is getting the bigger picture for Americans, but also for immigrants. This is a very useful instrument in knowledge production in general. And of course, diasporas contribute to the hybridization in terms of culture. You know, we have this communication between countries. We get to know more about other countries through migration. So this is the background where Biden's policies come. He is also repositioning his country through a sort of a migration diplomacy, a different one, and not restrictive, but as a sort of a public diplomacy, as an image promotion, and of course as a crisis diplomacy, because he's trying to manage the crisis in his own way. Some medias have talked about how America is back on the international scene. They talk, for instance, Reuters, about how Biden touts muscular foreign policy in his first diplomatic speech. And we have all these optimistic features on Biden, especially when he took office in January. So what I refer to as migration diplomacy is not only Biden's presidential track one or official diplomacy, but also his interaction with all these alternative channels of migration diplomacy, such as diaspora diplomacy, NGOs, companies, civil society, religious associations. He is also taking power in a state of permanent crisis, what we call in communication studies. Diplomacy has been referred to as a way to deal with crisis, but what we live nowadays is a chronic crisis as opposed to acute crisis that creates a permanently shaken state of mind. And this makes the audiences to consider migration as a crisis, even when it is not necessarily a crisis, or it is a smaller crisis that we think. How has the migration policy and migration diplomacy changed during the Trump administration? We all know he had a very particular way to communicate. He was doing his announcement and doing his foreign policy tweets without necessarily consulting with other ministries or his counselors. He had a very personalized way of doing politics. He was in this way a very important leader in crisis diplomacy. He did what some of the theoretical studies are considering as king diplomat. He was taking on all aspects of diplomacy, and this includes communication with lay people and foreign audiences, and the day-to-day management of routine diplomacy. So this is a sort of executive diplomacy that has been, of course, very popular during his audiences, but it has always changed the way to do diplomacy in general. So this is the context This is the way he conducted his migration diplomacy in a very aggressive way. This is some of the discourses that we had, the Trump administration's final insult and injury to refugees. He was said to appeal to sort of a humanitarian sentimentalism where people get to see masses of women or children that are asking for rescue, and some people, some scholars such as Kurosawa refer to this as humanitarian sentimentalism as a set of narratively and visually based mechanisms aiming to trigger feelings of sympathy, repugnance, pity, and nobleness amongst Northern audiences towards subjects represented as victims whose suffering is directly attributable to events constituted as humanitarian catastrophes in the global South. Now, let's go to the analysis. This is my sort of my theoretical approach, a short introduction. The labeling of Biden on migration, how does he consider, what is his position on migration? I did an analysis of international media from a couple of countries. I was particularly interested in media from China, Hong Kong, United States, just to compare France, Ukraine, Iran, Qatar, Jamaica also. And the main difference is that these journals that I analyzed state are the approaches to skilled migration as opposed to unskilled migration or refugees. I used a methodology that includes qualitative data analysis of 43 media publications. They are generally from 2021. 8 of these were on skilled migration, the H-1B visas, and H-4 changes. H-4 is the visa that is given to the spouses of H-1B holders. Okay, so what we have is a general interest in Biden's first immigration actions. He only signed 11 orders, but he was pictured in a very positive way in the beginning. For instance, China Daily was saying Biden names Harris to lead efforts with Mexico to stem flow of migrants. This is a French journal, also picturing Biden in a very positive way. The Gulf Times, Biden eyes tough border migration enforcement. So overall, just to give you the results of this analysis, all the journals stated that it was a good start, especially international journals. In the month of January 2021, he was portrayed as a president who was rehumanizing migrants. His personal image included his wife, who gets involved in rescuing migrants. The aim of reestablishing national honors was also stated. He was pictured as a president who was trying to reopen legal ways for Central American migrants and asylum seekers, to restore the asylum system, to renew aid to Palestinians. He was pictured as for his rationality of policies and sort of what I would call the by the book actions in terms of foreign relations. We are always interested in a president who takes into account what the academics that are studying migration have to say. He was pictured as a decent president who ended the discriminatory deportations. But this was the beginning. In February already, we started to have some critiques of Biden. The China Daily already said that not all countries are benefited from the Biden policy. Cuba is not the case. He included Cuba on the terrorist countries list. Iran Daily published a very long feature on human rights abuses in camps, even after Biden took over as a president. Some other international media stated that he was actually continuing the same policy as Trump. They talked about the role of Mexico in enforcing the US migration policy, about implications of border externalization on human rights. And also they criticized him for coming to a late start in the application of certain promises and his uncertainty among migrants. Finally, the Le Soleil, they published on how Biden denied open borders, arguing the state of exception during the pandemic. When Kamala Harris said, it is not a good time to come, right? So this is the state of exception. Now the US media has some of the US media have a tougher discourse. They critique the limits of the humanitarian discourse, the dangers of spreading the crisis. And finally, they accuse even Biden for a self-inflicted migration crisis, of his nonsense migration policy of catch and release, of a president who did not win the election lawfully. That is what some of the features say. And they mention some of the irregularities. They mention the increase of migrants and displaced people in the camps under a perception of friendlier circumstances and opportunities to migrants. That is, he talks to migrants, inviting them to migrate. Now, let's go to level 2, because I have little time to conclude. What is the discourse on H-1B visas and talent attraction in the media? Some of the media in China and the US, they mentioned the conflict, or they said war of words, between the US and China that could affect educational exchange and skill migration. They mentioned the contributions of Chinese Americans. I have some mistakes here, I'm sorry. The return to racial discrimination under the Trump administration directly affected skilled migrants and diasporas more than others. They compare Trump and Biden on skilled migration issue. And this is sort of a friend or foe approach under which the Trump administration may be considered as a standby in the history of attraction of foreign talent to America, compared to Biden, that he's trying to counteract these negative effects of the anti-migrant discourse on skilled migration. I will end with some discourse samples. For instance, Business Because says anti-immigration rhetoric in the US has already begun to take its toll on graduate management education. International applications to the US schools for the 2019-2020 academic year were down. On the H-4 permissions, preventing women from engaging in employment can lead to isolation, depression, anxiety, feelings of guilt, and the loss of self-worth. And they quote Kamala Harris. Another quote from The Economist: given his current pace and the vigor of his appointees, he may even achieve something like the total de-Trumpification of federal policy. This is a more optimistic way to characterize Biden. So to conclude, even when 100 days I may be considered like a short time to do more than discourse analysis, I did find some enough information and facts to analyze it as in terms of political actions as well, more pragmatic analysis. I found significant differences in approaches to skilled and unskilled migration. The change of policy is very important. Features related to skilled migration tend to picture Biden in a much better light than the ones referring to asylum, Central American migrants, and his general actions on migration. And there is also evidence of a brain regain through migration diplomacy that he is proposing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Camila, for your talk. We will move to the last presentation of this seminar by Jimena Poe, Imaginarities of the Mexican and Central American migration policies during the administration of Trump and Biden. Evidence from the prime media in Latin America. Please, Jimena.
Sí, gracias, muchas gracias. Bueno, Camelia, Mónica, en fin, y Graciela, toda, Sara, Alejandro, muchas gracias a todos los presentes, Jorge. Yo pido disculpas, voy a hablar en castellano, en español, voy a tratar de hacerlo lo más lento posible. El PPT está en inglés, porque y entiendo perfecto inglés, y bueno, escribo en inglés, pero tengo un problema para hablar en inglés, a no ser que esté una semana en un país anglosajón y ahí puedo hablar. Así que tengo un problema oral en ese sentido, y Sara lo sabe bien. Entro en mutismo. Entonces, lo siento mucho, pero voy a tratar de ser lo más lenta posible. Y vamos a ver, compartir pantalla entonces. Espérenme un segundo que está aquí. Esto con el Zoom, aquí. Entonces, no sé si lo alcanzan a ver bien.
Sí.
¿Lo ven? Es que yo no lo estoy viendo. Ahí sí, ¿o no? Ay, yo no lo estoy viendo porque no lo estoy viendo.
Ahora ya se fue.
Ahí está,
Ya,
ahí
ya.
está. Así que gracias. Bueno, esto principalmente este es un estudio que llevo ya unos meses haciendo. Les voy a mostrar unas aproximaciones solamente de lo que estamos planificando, y espero que efectivamente para el capítulo del libro ya esté, bueno, obviamente terminado y avanzado. Dar un contexto. Yo he trabajado principalmente temas de racismo mediático en el Cono Sur, específicamente en Chile, Argentina, Perú, Bolivia, y es primera vez que estoy trabajando los temas que tienen que ver con migración, refugio, desplazamiento en Centroamérica y México. Entonces ha sido también familiarizarme con medios de comunicación escrito, trabajo principalmente prensa escrita, y los imaginarios que ahí circulan en Centroamérica. Y para eso también, y algo que no está aquí presente, pero estará presente en el artículo, también tiene que ver con la elección de ciertos medios que son más hegemónicos, y también contar ahí de qué, a quiénes pertenecen, cuál es la industria finalmente cultural a la que pertenecen, cuáles son sus propietarios, sus líneas ideológicas, etcétera, para entender lo que van a ver ahora, que tiene que ver con los imaginarios que ahí circulan y que se dinamizan. Voy a pasar entre medio del PPT, voy a pasar a algunas páginas web, porque quiero que vean como el despliegue completo de algunas páginas de algunos medios escritos, ¿vale? Entonces voy a estar ahí avanzando. Entonces, hay imaginarios, ¿cierto?, y que tienen que ver con estas aproximaciones críticas al espacio latinoamericano a partir de la migración mexicana, centroamericana, la prensa escrita, y cómo incide las políticas de Trump y Biden. Específicamente para este momento les voy a mostrar principalmente temas relacionados con Biden por las expectativas que generó en campaña y lo que se ha esperado en el último tiempo, especialmente en los últimos desplazamientos y las crisis que se han visto, ¿no? Entonces, los objetivos principales de este artículo tienen que ver con las aproximaciones críticas al discurso que la prensa escrita digital, tanto en México y en países de Centroamérica, ha ido construyendo sobre la base de las políticas migratorias de Trump durante su mandato, y más recientemente sobre la doctrina de Biden respecto de los procesos migratorios mexicanos y centroamericanos. El objetivo es analizar cómo medios escritos de América Latina, incluso se eligieron otros que tienen que ver con Colombia en América del Sur, y Centroamérica, también el Caribe, ahí van a ver también Cuba y algunos de México, han relevado el discurso oficial de los gobiernos de Estados Unidos, reproduciendo también así el racismo y la xenofobia discursiva de Trump, o bien las expectativas que genera Biden, pensando que hay una doctrina muy distinta, y siendo que, por supuesto que hay matices y hay cambios entre republicanos y sobre todo republicanos de la era Trump y Biden. Perdón. Pero hay ciertas doctrinas que se mantienen también, y lo hemos visto en las ponencias anteriores. Y estos medios de comunicación las reproducen, ¿no? También reproducen esa, incluso ahora durante pandemia, y sobre todo medios de comunicación escritos ligados también a grandes empresarios que tienen intereses muy claros también en relación a los gobiernos de estos países, y también intereses relacionados con Estados Unidos. Perdón. Entonces, lámina 3. La prensa, y esto es solamente para entrar en términos teóricos, la prensa se constituye como un aparato ideológico que hace circular imaginarios relativos a estas políticas al articular, resistir, negar o adherir desde las líneas editoriales que promueven. Así es como el discurso moviliza subjetividades, ¿ya? Las percepciones, y ahí también se relaciona mucho con la ponencia de Camelia anteriormente, también como lo que queda fijado en la prensa y en ciertas líneas editoriales repetitivas va incidiendo también en este movimiento de comprender por un lado o no comprender las políticas estructurales de países como Estados Unidos, ¿no? Y otros que se van transformando en un cierto imaginario del orden, de la seguridad, etcétera, aunque no lo sean finalmente, y las subjetividades que van construyendo, subjetividades que tienen que ver con movilizar sentimientos, emociones. Hay mucha emoción en el viaje migratorio también, porque recuerden ustedes que los espacios biográficos ya están trizados por la violencia política, económica, social, ambiental, en fin. Entonces, efectivamente, cuando a una persona le toca sobrevivir en esas condiciones, incluso la pandemia, si bien hace que retrocedan sus proyectos de viaje migratorio, como se ha visto en último tiempo, basta que se abran ciertas ventanas también informativas que digan que de alguna manera, por ejemplo, se está vacunando en Estados Unidos cuando se decide reactivar, y ha pasado, ¿no? Reactivar también ese sueño migratorio y ese viaje migratorio. Entonces, en eso nos vamos a mover, esas superestructuras y esas subjetividades que están permanentemente siendo también de alguna manera mediadas por los medios de comunicación. Y el poder institucional que implica, ¿no? Esa hegemonía o contrahegemonía discursiva, o bien instala agendas más críticas y radicales. Vamos a ver algunos reportajes ahí, sobre todo del Faro, creo que no sé si han visto ustedes el diario El Faro de El Salvador, que tiene especiales sobre migración y sobre todo lo que significa frontera, ¿no? Y la verdad ahí en los más críticos se empieza a trizar también el sueño, ¿no? De ir cruzando frontera y para llegar a un lugar como Estados Unidos, que de pronto no se condice, incluso con las llamadas de los familiares, ¿no? Que tienen ahí jalar a otros, no se condice con esos sueños. Para ello se han analizado piezas informativas de diversos medios escritos desde la perspectiva de análisis crítico del discurso, con Theo van Dijk principalmente, y ahí la metodología de los hilos discursivos que propone Jaeger, con el fin de determinar, ¿cierto?, estos hilos discursivos respecto de las políticas migratorias de un gobierno, en el caso de Trump, que buscó consolidar fronteras de mayor exclusión, y de un gobierno, en el caso de Biden, que comienza a instalarse con un discurso que se distancia, por lo menos en el plano ideológico discursivo, no tanto así en la praxis, de la xenofobia y el racismo, lo que genera expectativas en México y Centroamérica especialmente, ¿no? Vamos a ver entonces, aquí yo les voy a dejar el PPT para que después puedan ustedes mirar estas páginas. Perdón, vamos a entrar ahora acá, voy a ver un segundo, discúlpenme. Entonces, por ejemplo, aquí tenemos un ejemplo en Prensa Libre, que es un periódico de Guatemala muy leído, tiene alta tasa de lectoría, y Prensa Libre, vamos a hacerlo rápidamente, vamos a hacer una pasada rápida por estos textos que hemos ido también trabajando estos fragmentos para ir viendo los hilos discursivos, y entonces en el primer hilo discursivo, que tiene que ver con lo que les voy a mostrar ahora, se habla de la migración principalmente, la política migratoria de Estados Unidos a partir de esta era Biden, desde la cooperación y acciones desde Estados Unidos hacia Centroamérica para evitar la migración. Entonces, la mayoría de los países, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras principalmente, y por supuesto México con AMLO sobre todo, habla de la posibilidad que da, ¿cierto?, el gobierno de Biden de cooperar, y eso en el sentido también de ir acercándose a un pacto que no han firmado, que es el Pacto Mundial de Migraciones, ¿no? Entonces, que la cooperación implique también hacerse cargo de los riesgos, perdón, de las causas por qué la gente migra y busca refugio, sobre todo en Estados Unidos, o sea, bajar la intensidad. Y ahí muchos medios, sobre todo medios como este, que son los más tradicionales y los enmarcados en los diarios de América, que así se llama, una cierta coalición que hay ahí, informan principalmente para desincentivar la migración, ¿no? Y para hacerse cargo también, de alguna manera, de lo que implica también esta nueva relación con Estados Unidos, de más cooperación, e incluso de cooperación económica, tipo Plan Marshall con estos países, ¿no? Y aquí, por ejemplo, en esta noticia se destaca que el presidente Joe Biden oficializó el 2 de febrero medidas adicionales para reformar el sistema migratorio de su país, deshacer la vergüenza, y con eso destacan en el lead de esta noticia, heredada de Donald Trump, y abrir un sendero hacia la legalización de 11 millones de indocumentados. Esta fue un momento, esa posibilidad de legalizar a 11 millones de indocumentados aparece indistintamente en todos los medios de Centroamérica y también de América del Sur, lo que abre también ventanas de viajes migratorios, ¿no? Express también en ese sentido. Luego tenemos aquí otro medio de comunicación, como es Forbes, en el caso de México, más ligado a la economía, que también, en el caso de México, aquí en este titular es bastante claro, México descarta crisis de inmigración centroamericana en frontera con Estados Unidos, aunque sabemos que eso no es tan así, y habrá que, de alguna manera, también habla de la cooperación en este hilo discursivo, llegar a acuerdos con Washington para implementar un programa de ayuda para Centroamérica a fin de evitar la migración. La mayoría de este tipo de medios, aunque aquí se cita Reuters, por supuesto, que muchos se basan en Reuters, en EFE, en AP, en esas agencias todavía que siguen siendo bastante hegemónicas en la información. Luego tenemos, para ir más rápido, El Tiempo de Bogotá, Colombia. Biden sigue firme ante política migratoria y dobla meta de vacunación. Entonces, la esperanza va creciendo a medida que Estados Unidos va saliendo de su crisis sanitaria, va creciendo la esperanza y se arman nuevas caravanas también. La caravana no ha terminado, las caravanas migratorias de Centroamérica, y ustedes saben cómo van cruzando estas fronteras con todo el riesgo que eso significa, las muertes, el abuso, etcétera, y que eso no lo cubre por lo general la prensa más popular, ¿no? Y sobre todo la prensa la prensa más hegemónica cubre principalmente a nivel de políticas. Siempre hay, obviamente, textos que tienen que ver con testimonios, en fin, y testimonios humanitarios, pero no en contexto, no se da un contexto al respecto. En el caso, bueno, aquí el caso del periódico, también aquí tenemos otro medio de comunicación de Guatemala, en este caso de Guatemala. En Guatemala, sobre todo, en este tipo de medios hay muchísimas también columnas de opinión respecto de la migración, porque sabemos que Guatemala también, sobre todo, ha tenido un éxodo importante, ¿no? Así como Salvador de Honduras, pero Guatemala sobre todo, porque además viene de una historia muy dura en términos de derechos humanos y tienen esa experiencia, bueno, todos los países de Centroamérica, pero en el caso de Guatemala es bastante duro, ¿no? Entonces, aquí, por ejemplo, les quiero mostrar un fragmento. Biden está contemplando brindar la posibilidad de que 6.000 guatemaltecos puedan ir a trabajar a Estados Unidos conforme a su visa de trabajo. Esa cifra es muy baja, ayudaría si se lograra que un número mayor, como 200.000 guatemaltecos, es decir, de 6.000 a 200.000, pudiesen ir a trabajar de manera legal a Estados Unidos. Debe darse un balance entre la apertura y que los migrantes se regularicen, respeten las leyes y paguen impuestos. O sea, también desde esa postura, ¿no? Desde el orden. Es decir, este tipo de medios más hegemónicos llaman a contribuir a un orden, al orden que propone Estados Unidos, y por lo tanto es como ordenar también toda la zona de Centroamérica incluida, ¿no? E incluso en el cono sur, para poder generar políticas de cooperación, pero bajo el orden hegemónico impuesto también por Estados Unidos. En el caso, acá hay otro, en el Universal, que ustedes lo conocen mucho de México, que mezcla, sí, permanentemente está mezclando la noticia sobre la migración mexicana hacia Estados Unidos, pero sobre todo el gran tema que hemos ido viendo de la cobertura del Universal, sobre todo, del Universal, es lo que significa para México soportar que lleguen a su frontera sur, ¿cierto? Guatemaltecos, hondureñas, salvadoreños y salvadoreñas. Ese es el gran tema, ¿no? No tanto el tema de México hacia Estados Unidos. Y eso responde también a una cierta agenciamiento a la política también más conservadora, que también ha demostrado AMLO, y la que ha demostrado en su doctrina Estados Unidos. Y la migración que muestran por lo general incluye a otros países. Entonces pasa a ser las migraciones que afectan o que tienen relación con México, pasan a ser un tópico más dentro del gran contexto migratorio a nivel internacional. Como, bueno, tenemos la crisis migratoria ahora en España, en fin, y que se refiere principalmente, ¿no? Ustedes bien saben también en la crisis diplomática que existe entre España y Marruecos. Por ejemplo, aquí hay una nota del 2021, recientemente, hace un par de días, el Universal cubre bastante migraciones, sobre migrantes trans que logran cruzar, ¿cierto?, a Estados Unidos, etcétera. Centroamérica prepara protocolo para acompañar a migrantes en su trayecto, en fin, o sea, da cuenta de esas realidades. Prensa latina, bueno, sabemos que es de Cuba, y ahí principalmente se enfoca en lo que la mayoría de sus noticias migratorias respecto de Estados Unidos, se enfocan en el imaginario que da cuenta de las tensas relaciones entre republicanos y demócratas. Pero siguen diciendo, obviamente, que sigue siendo Estados Unidos. Es decir, no habría diferencias de matices y de forma, pero no tanto de contenido y de fondo. Aquí tenemos, por ejemplo, el Diario del Salvador también, y ya llegamos a estamos ya en el hilo discursivo 2, que es sobre las disputas políticas complejas, los espacios fronterizos y las subjetividades. Y en ese caso, por ejemplo acá, en estas etiquetas también que vemos acá, en el diario El Salvador, citan también a muchos otros medios de comunicación afines a su línea editorial, como La Voz de América, etcétera, que son más bien liberales en lo económico y conservadores en lo moral, como en este caso. Y aquí vamos a mirar algunos más, como La Tribuna, también de Honduras, ¿no? Por ejemplo, Estados Unidos ha permitido la entrada de 10.000 solicitantes de asilo desde México, y eso por supuesto que activa todas esas noticias de ese estilo, activa también el sueño migratorio de inmediato, ¿no? Para poder escapar de las condiciones también de violencia, etcétera, que afligen a este tipo de países. Y se mezcla siempre esto, ¿no?, con la crónica, la crónica que da cuenta de la trata de personas, etcétera, ¿no? Centroamérica prepara protocolo, en fin, que se repite también. Aquí tenemos, este es interesante, que es un diario que se llama La Hora Voz del Migrante, y aquí, bueno, como yo les voy a dejar todos los links, los enlaces los pueden ver, sobre todo son noticias todas relacionadas con migración, y es muy interesante porque sobre todo tiene que ver con la información de política migratoria que afecta directamente a quien quiere migrar, ¿no? Entonces, con información útil, etcétera, etcétera, pero impulsan de alguna manera también la migración desde Guatemala. Este diario es bastante interesante en ese sentido, pero no se hace cargo en general del contexto, ¿no?, de tragedia que significa la migración en esas condiciones, salvo, por ejemplo, acá, cuando se dice que más de 16.000 guatemaltecos han sido retornados desde Estados Unidos. Bueno, son deportaciones, más que han sido retornados. Bueno, Costa Rica, etcétera. Y quiero mostrarles por último, antes de ir cerrando, también la prensa, en este caso de Honduras, tiene un especial permanente de migración, la Ruta del Migrante, que aquí sí que en este especial permanente son bastante críticos también a la política migratoria de Estados Unidos, más allá de quien esté en el poder, sino más bien se enfocan en la doctrina. Lo mismo pasa aquí un poco con el periodo de México, y esto es lo que quería mostrarles, porque es algo que se hizo no hace mucho, un par de años solamente tiene, este proyecto con el diario El Faro, que a lo mejor algunos de ustedes y algunas de ustedes lo conocen, de El Salvador. Han hecho alianzas con Univisión Noticias en el último tiempo, y aquí hay uno de los textos, que en la creación de subjetividades, que se puede escuchar también el relato en 30 minutos, pero también en el texto, por ejemplo, dice aquí lo siguiente, que es sobre la historia de una mujer que cuenta su historia a partir de su familia migrada, ¿ya? Y que ha buscado refugio. Por ejemplo, acá dice, la abuela tiene 76 años, que ha vivido enteros en el campo, rajando leña, cortando caña, limpiando milpas, criando pollos. Los últimos 50 en este callejón de Santiago Nonulalco. Ya no trabaja, no puede hacer fuerza, y el marido que la sostenía murió hace 4 años. Ella va sobreviviendo como puede. Tuvo 2 hijos y 2 hijas. Los hijos viven en el mismo caserío, el menor comparte la casa con ella. Las 2 hijas se fueron con sus familias, una a Estados Unidos, empujada por la pobreza, la otra a México, empujada por la violencia. Y la mayoría de los textos de estos especiales del diario El Faro de El Salvador tienen ese movimiento, ¿no?, entre las superestructuras de la política y que da cuenta también de cómo se van estructurando las políticas migratorias y en relación a la diplomacia de los gobiernos de Centroamérica, México y Estados Unidos, y estas subjetividades que quedan, ¿no?, en esta formación de un in-between entre dos mundos, y que de alguna manera incentivan un viaje migratorio que incluye un sueño migratorio y una pesadilla al mismo tiempo. Lo mismo con Frontera Sur, que es un especial. Ahí en el otro se dieron cuenta que hubo una alianza con Univisión. En este caso es bien ambiguo igual, porque es un es un diario bastante crítico, pero tiene una alianza con Univisión, y aquí con El Faro tiene también una alianza con el diario El País de España, que ustedes saben que es más ligado al Partido Socialista Obrero Español, aunque ya no tanto, bueno, que también ha cambiado en España, se ha movido el cerco ahí hacia un cierto conservadurismo del diario El País. Y estos especiales de Frontera Sur son muy interesantes porque dan cuenta también, sobre todo, del viaje migratorio entre los países de Centroamérica, ¿no? No tanto de la frontera de Estados Unidos, perdón, México, sino más bien qué pasa dentro de, porque pocos han entrado ahí, digamos, a trabajar con grandes reportajes, qué pasa, ¿no? Con las fronteras, en este caso, entre El Salvador, las fronteras que circundan estos tres grandes países principalmente, El Salvador, Honduras y Guatemala. Entonces ahora me salgo de acá y vuelvo al PPT. Aquí.
Vamos a ir cerrando, Jimena, por favor.
Sí, estoy cerrando.
Buenísimo.
Me queda una lámina, que es la del final. Y es esto que acá... Aquí está. Y en la última lámina, y la voy a decir en castellano también, en esta primera exploración se constata que la prensa masiva en países centroamericanos, mexicanos y del Cono Sur de América Latina han trabajado este primer semestre de 2021 en cubrir noticias que se vinculan al discurso oficial de los gobiernos y especialmente a la política de Biden. Se releva los énfasis actuales, pero se mantiene la idea, sobre todo en la prensa más crítica, de que la política migratoria estadounidense no tendrá grandes cambios respecto de la doctrina Trump. No obstante, se releva la cooperación como una salida a la crisis migratoria, mostrar las disputas políticas internas en Estados Unidos respecto a la migración, exponer testimonios y escenas de fronteras que vulneran los derechos humanos y al mismo tiempo el orden de los países fronterizos. Y esa es la posición ambigua de la que yo les hablaba. Y aumentan los esfuerzos por generar reportajes y coberturas de prensa especiales que articulan política migratoria y construcción de subjetividades. Y desde el reporteo de periodistas de esos propios países, que ustedes saben las precariedades también con las que trabajan, y no esperar solamente a equipos de prensa de países, ¿no?, del norte que vengan a cubrir estos temas y que no manejan la comunicación de riesgo, tal vez, como sí lo hacen desde el periodismo más local e incluso comunitario. Bueno, ahí. Thanks y gracias. Muchas gracias. Voy a dejar de compartir.
Thank you very much, Jimena. And I want to say thanks to all the panelists for their talks. I think it's essential to rethink asylum policies, as Angela and Nicole have done, recognize the consequence of zero tolerance policies in the Trump administration that Sarah has pointed to as the separation of families, make visible the ways in which asylum policies especially affect women, as the word representation demonstrates. Also, Camila showed the importance of stopping on the anti-migration discourse. And finally, Jimena alerted us to the misleading speech about the migration crisis that is reproduced in the high-profile print media. Then we don't have a question in chat. Okay, we have a question by Dogoberto Gonzalez. It's by Camelia. I read in English or in Spanish.
Okay. Dice, ¿crees que Biden sostenga dureza migratoria al pasar pandemia y en Estados Unidos hayan inversiones en infraestructura que requerirá migrantes calificados y no calificados? Bueno, pues lo que sabemos es que los migrantes son parte de la estrategia para restablecer la economía de Estados Unidos, regresar al punto de donde estábamos hace 2 años. De hecho, la pandemia ha hecho visibilizar estos migrantes, los trabajadores esenciales, y quizás acaben con una mejor postura ciertas profesiones como los médicos o los trabajadores de la industria alimenticia, Entonces, realmente la dureza migratoria, pues quizás sea sostenida en cuanto a cierto perfil de migrantes, pero no hacia otros. Y yo creo que los migrantes calificados sí habrían tenido privilegios para entrar a Estados Unidos, y más ahora con un discurso más amigable, pues digamos que más bien va a haber capas más altas para la entrada de H1B y todos los trabajadores que se necesiten. Y pues al igual que Tony, pienso que podría haber hasta un aumento de la migración en general, sobre todo la calificada, ¿no? Contesté en español porque estaba en español la pregunta.
Okay, any of the participants have a question for the other panelists?
Are we gonna, oh, are we
Yeah,
gonna have,
please.
are we gonna have access to the PowerPoints and the presentations?
We can share them. I can make a Dropbox to share all the presentations if you like. And we are going to have the YouTube of our event. This recording is going to be on YouTube, CISAN's channel. So you can share it. I can send the link. We can send
Can you save a YouTube link, or you only as long as it's available on YouTube?
It's available on YouTube. I don't know if we can save it on our computer, but it's gonna be there. It's gonna stay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I give the floor to Camelia for the closing remarks.
Well, we have reached the end of our seminar. It's been a very busy morning. We had, of course, some solutions and some discussions on the limitations of what Biden can change in his administration. And I would like to say also this seminar is part of a tradition at CISAN, and a very necessary reflection on the president's first 100 days. It's sort of a way to outline his first actions. This idea came with Roosevelt already maybe 100 years ago already, 92 years ago. To solve the crisis, he stated the American deal to solve the crisis. This tradition was kept by the media. We have a lot of features that state as a benchmark to measure the early success of a president, this 100 days. It has been stated that this is an arbitrary but also a highly symbolic milestone, 3 months. And it has become a way to analyze a president management style, his differences with his predecessor. For us, it is a way in the academia to state the importance of asynchronous comparison and perspective studies. Similar to Roosevelt, Biden also took the office in a time of crisis, the pandemics, and also a humanitarian crisis in terms of migration. He has only signed 11 bills in his first 100 days, less than other presidents. One of his main goals is to restore confidence in his people, but also to attract more foreign investment and promote recovery. And more than half of the American population thinks he is doing good as a president so far. Some have said that the president's first 100 days is just a myth. However, they turn out to predict some problems that are more fundamental to the presidency. For instance, the chaos in the first 100 days may predict a not very good presidency. So complementary to media assessments in social sciences, we also use perspective techniques that may be helpful and have an impact on certain policy. And this is why when we have a look at academic Google and other searches that we do, we see that we already have some literature on Biden's first 100 days, very rich literature on health issues, his economic rescue plan, his overall reliance on science, his anti-COVID conspiracy theories, positions, and so on. So I would like now to conclude. I would like to thank all our presenters, Deborah Anchor, Nicole Hallett, Sara Poggio, Jimena, Arcelia Serrano, Angela Rimos, Enrique Camacho, Jess Crane-Sieber, Tony Payan, of course, Jorge Santibáñez, and for their fruitful insights. And we look forward to receiving your contributions for an edited book to be published by CISAN in the near future. We will send you a letter soon with our editorial guidelines. I would also like to thank our director, Graciela Martinez, for her entire support for the event and for moderating the session. Special thanks to Alejandro Mosquera for moderating this second session, and also to Miriam Olguin and Cecilia Estrada, who are here for technical support at CISAN. And this seminar, I must say, is also a continuation of previous ones that Monica has done here at CISAN, in particular mirroring a similar event that we had in 2017. The book at that event is already published. It's called Anti-Immigrant Policies During the Trump Era. And you can find it on the internet as an excellent background of work. And of course, I would like to thank Monica for including me in this project and her long-term assessments on migration policy in the US. And lastly, we thank our public for bearing with us for so long, and we look forward to see you again in future CISAN events. Thank you so much, everybody.